Family cultivation. My mobile phone traveled through time. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Cleaning the House. Xuanji asked, how is the Lu family doing recently? Everything is fine. You have also seen that the Lu family has entered an unprecedented heyday, the elder said excitedly. Not long ago, Lu Xuanwen and Lu Xuanming successively entered the Golden Core stage, and Lu Xuan also entered the Golden Core stage. There are 6 Golden Cores in my Lu family. Really? Lu Xuanji smiled and said, not long ago, Yuanyi achieved the Yuanying stage. Even my maid Ningzhu has entered the Yuanying stage. I have been with Xiao's engine for a while, and we are attracted to each other. We plan to become Taoist couples. There are 3 Yuanyings in my Lu family. 3 Yuanyings? The elder was stunned, as if he was hit by a depth charge. This news was a bit shocking. He had some expectations that Yuanyi would enter the Yuanying stage, but it was a bit fast. He had also seen the maid Ningzhu, who was a peerless genius and a bit scary. But what was even more scary was that Xiao's engine and my Xuanji were going to become Taoist couples. Is this possible? It can't be a lie. But looking at Lu Xuanji's expression, he was sure that this was true. The elder said, true Lord Xiao protected my Lu family back then. If it weren't for him, our Lu family would have been eaten by those immortal cultivation families. But I never thought that true Lord Xiao was blind or something. How could he fall in love with you? As he spoke, he laughed loudly. He laughed wildly and happily. How did you two get together? The elder asked, and Kelly immediately shook his head and said, no, what's wrong with me? Even if true Lord Xiao becomes the daughter-in-law of my Lu family, I can't tease him at will. This is disrespectful to true Lord. You kid, you are born to be a gigolo. Thinking of something, he couldn't help laughing, one wave after another. After a long time, he stopped. He took out the wine jar and said, I'm very happy, let's drink together. The only way to relieve worries is good wine, and the only way to be happy is good wine. Pour the good wine into the wine glass, clink the wine glass, and drink the good wine. The elder was very happy. While drinking, the elder was happy and celebrating the rise of the family. Lu Xuanji was also drinking, but his heart was cold, like an ice cube without any extra emotional fluctuations. Gradually, the elder fell to the side after getting drunk. After taking care of the elder, Lu Xuanji walked out of the hall. His expression fluctuated slightly, and he felt that his emotions had become cold. He might smile on his face, but not in his heart. Humanity was dissipating. His temperament gradually became cold, and he was getting closer to the way of heaven. Father. At this moment, Lu Fan stepped forward to greet him. Not bad, not bad. It's already Purple Mansion. There is still hope for the golden pill. Lu Xuanji said. The son is lucky and has a good father. The 5 spiritual roots have achieved Purple Mansion, and there is even hope for the golden pill. Why don't I have such a good father? Thinking of this, Lu Xuanji took out a 4th grade spiritual treasure and handed it over, and then took out some materials. 300,000 spiritual stones and other things, and handed them over. Father, these are a bit too much. Lu Fan was a little flustered. These gifts were a bit too much and a bit expensive. Just take it. I'm very busy outside and don't have extra time to look after you. As for your mother, she's also very busy and doesn't have the leisure to look after you. You have to take care of yourself. Lu Xuanji said. Thank you, father, my child. Lu Fan said, without too much refusal, and took the treasure. It's easy to open a harem, but it's hard to support a family. He has many wives and concubines, and many children and descendants, and the corresponding expenses are also high. If there is no support from his father, it will be difficult to maintain it. Faina, tell me about the family situation? Lu Xuanji asked. The family situation is very good, but there are also many chaos. There are people who embezzle family property, rob and kill outside, steal family property, and smuggle family elixirs. Lu Fan opened his mouth and talked about the various problems that appeared in the family. These problems are big and small, and quite complicated. In short, there are many small problems and many big problems. It is impossible to kill them directly. After all, no one is perfect. But if they are not severely punished, it is a small matter to corrupt the family's atmosphere, and the main thing is that the family's interests will be damaged. Originally, these needed to be managed by the elder, but after the elder entered the golden elixir, he was busy practicing. Xuanji laughed and said, "This is the world of immortal cultivation. Only those with fists have the right to speak. Only when we old guys of the golden elixir are alive can the Lu family be stable. As for other things, they are just small things. But if we are gone, the Lu family will lose a lot of property at best, or even be wiped out at worst. However, we in the Lu family still have to be reasonable. Ring the bell, and clean up some people." "Yes." Lu Fan nodded. Ding ding ding. Soon the bell rang, and the drunk elder in the cave woke up. "Xuanji, it's time to clean the house again." After that, he lay down, and continued to sleep. The bell rang, and the cultivators of the Lu family gathered together. The clan leader Lu Xuanji sat in the center, and the two supreme elders Lu Xuanming and Lu Xuanwen sat on both sides. As for the other Purple Mansion cultivators, the Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the Key Training cultivators, they all stood up. They had no right to sit down here. Lu Xuanwen, what should you say? Lu Xuanji said. Clan leader, I understand. Lu Xuanwen stood up and began to read the list. Lu Xiaoling, while guarding the medicine garden, embezzled the family's 4th grade spiritual fruit and sold it to outsiders for 400,000 spiritual stones. Lu Aowen, while stationed in the store, embezzled more than 300,000 family property and assassinated customers many times. Lu Xiaoan, while operating a certain mine, embezzled half of the family's minerals and made a profit of 700,000 spiritual stones. Lu Rangrong, while stationed in a certain place, practiced magic and killed thousands of civilians. Lu Mingyan, while stationed in a certain city, killed 12 family cultivators because of a treasure. Lu Yuanwen practiced magic and took the essence of 38 female cultivators, which is extremely heinous. He started to read the list, one name after another, with some crimes recorded on it, some of which violated the family rules, and some simply trampled on the bottom line of being a human being. As the list was read out, the law enforcement team stepped forward and pulled those cultivators out. Some people are crying out for injustice, some are not convinced that I deserve to die for my great contributions to the family, and some are directly shouting that the family is unfair. In short, it is a mess. Lu Xuanji watched all this without saying anything, but smiled and watched the show. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? To deal with some monks in the family, he doesn't need to take action at all. Lu Xuanwen can handle everything. There is a lot of dust in the house, and it needs to be cleaned up properly. It is impossible to make everyone in the world a good person and everyone abides by the law. He can't do it, but he can be more diligent and clean the house frequently to reduce the amount of dust. At least it can fool the eyes. Chapter 377 Father, help. There are all kinds of people among 100 people. There are always some who are not good at dealing with people among 1,000 people. There are always some bad guys among 10,000 people. When there are too many people, there are all kinds of people. There are more than 100,000 monks in the Lu family, and all kinds of people exist. Is it possible to expect all of them to be of high moral character and saints? It is impossible. In the family education, the monks are often taught to be kind to others, to treat friends as warmly as spring, to treat enemies as coldly as winter, to love the family, to contribute to the family, to protect mortals, to love parents, and to be close to family members. In the first 3 years of awakening the spiritual roots, children are constantly educated between the ages of 6 and 9. But as they continue to grow, some people will eventually grow crooked and become bad. Therefore, the family has to take action from time to clean up some dust. As the patriarch, you have to clean the room from time to time. Law enforcement team, start enforcing the law. Lu Xuanwen said coldly, without any extra expression. Just for a few small people, they want to kill me. I won't accept it. Haha, I just embezzled a little money. They want to kill me. For a few mortals, they want to kill me. I won't accept it. for the lowly casual cultivators, they want to kill me. The Lu family is too much. I'm the genius of the Lu family. I have a promising future. I can't die. Haha, I won't accept it. Those cultivators who were named shouted unwillingly. Some people want to encourage other cultivators in the family to join forces to resist, wanting to let the law not punish the masses. Some cultivators want to take the opportunity to escape. At this time, Lu Xuanming made a move, and the long sword stabbed and came. The sword energy soared into the sky, one after another. The foundation building cultivators and the purple mansion cultivators died. No one could resist the second sword. The so-called law does not punish the masses. The cultivation world has never paid attention to this. Kill a group of cultivators, and soon new cultivators will grow up, like weeds one after another. As for geniuses, I'm sorry. The cultivation world lacks resources and spirit stones, but it does not lack geniuses. Moreover, allowing geniuses with low moral character to obtain resources to grow up will be more harmful to the family. Can we expect geniuses with low moral character to fight for the family? Killing family monks for some civilians and some casual cultivators is indeed a bit too much. But Lu Xuanji still plans to continue killing. Because today he can ignore the identities of casual cultivators and civilians, and tomorrow he can ignore the lives of family monks. Those unstable factors and bad people in the family must be cleaned up regularly to maintain the purity of the family. Of course, Lu Xuanji never expects family monks to be moral saints, but at least they must be above the passing line. If they are not up to the passing line, they should be the target of cleaning. As for whether this will cause the family to be alienated, it can only be said that it is too much to think about. Puff, puff. One by one, the heads were chopped off, and the bodies fell to the ground. The bright red blood was sprinkled on the hall, and everyone present had a cold face. 5 purple mansion monks, 35 foundation building monks, and countless key training monks. After announcing and confirming the charges, they were beheaded directly in the hall, with simple and brutal means. Everyone present was shocked and terrified when they saw this scene. Many people trembled and feared. Of course, those who were directly beheaded were nothing. Some were expelled, and the whole family was expelled from the Lu family. They were no longer members of the Lu family, and were left to fend for themselves. At this moment, Lu Xuanwen stepped back. Lu Xuanji stepped forward and said, "If you join my Lu family, you must abide by the rules. These rules may be good or bad, you may understand them or not, but you must abide by them. If you don't abide by them, they will end up like this. Of course, you can choose to leave the family. As long as you leave the Lu family, you don't have to abide by these rules. If you don't want to leave the family, or be hacked to death, then abide by the rules. Of course, if one day you can defeat me directly, you can also modify the family rules, and make the rules you think are reasonable. We understand." A cultivator from the Lu family responded, and the other cultivators also responded. The cultivators present had a sense of awe in their eyes. Feeling the awe of the crowd, Lu Xuanji was very satisfied and returned to the throne directly. Then Lu Xuanwen stepped forward and began to issue rewards, mainly to reward those cultivators who made contributions in this beast tide, and to provide pensions to the cultivators who died in the battle. When the severe punishment and rewards were over, everyone began to disperse. Lu Xuanji also returned to the cave. In the cave, he flipped through the account books, which contained the income and expenditure of the Lu family in the past 100 years, as well as the situation of spiritual medicines, elixirs, various weapons, major shops, etc. The income of the Lu family was increasing, and the number of spiritual stones was increasing. Most of the spiritual stones, as well as elixirs, were of limited use to him. Sitting upright on the bed, Lu Xuanji took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron and activated the big cauldron. The big cauldron was running, swallowing spiritual energy like a black hole, and the spiritual energy from the cave beads entered it one after another. The big cauldron was shaking, and after the spiritual energy entered it, it was not compressed and turned into pure spiritual liquid. Then, the spiritual liquid condensed again and turned into spiritual stones. One piece of spiritual stone after another flew out of the big cauldron and began to print spiritual stones. The process of printing spiritual stones seemed tedious and boring. With the improvement of cultivation, the speed of printing spiritual stones was also accelerating. In just one day, 100,000 spiritual stones were printed, and the efficiency was a bit scary. In just 1 year, 30 million spiritual stones were printed. Whoosh. Looking at the piles of spiritual stones, Xuanji's expression was calm, without any extra expression. These were only low-grade spiritual stones, which could be used as currency and cultivation resources for key refining cultivators, foundation building cultivators, and purple mansion cultivators. But for him, they were of little use. Only middle-grade spiritual stones were useful for giant and cultivators. He called Han Fu to put 30 million low-grade spiritual stones into the treasury, and the family had more spiritual stones in reserve. He got up and entered the medicine garden again and began to sort out the spiritual medicines and take care of the good fortune fruit trees. The good fortune fruit trees, after entering the 5th grade, grew much slower. He opened the alchemy furnace again, and one spiritual medicine after another entered and began to refine the pill. At the peak of the Jinden, he refined the pill very quickly, like cooking. The pills came out one after another, not only in large quantities, but also of high quality, and were sent to the medicine good for storage. When everything was handled properly, Xuanji suddenly felt uneasy, and his mind was warning him. At this moment, the token in the storage bag rang, and Xuanji's voice came. "Father, help." Later, the token broke directly and turned into fragments scattered in all directions. Xuanji felt uneasy and began to calculate the good and bad luck. The result was very bad and very good luck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Above the Sea, transformed into a dragon. In the cave, Xuanji was slightly nervous, with a flash of fear and uneasiness in his eyes. His eldest son Luzan was in danger. But after calculation, it turned out that there was great fortune in the great disaster, and the two were mixed together, and the future became vague. There was a risk, and one might die in it accidentally. Is this my human calamity? Xuanji sighed, feeling the calamity energy surrounding his head, and the calamity surging in his heart. It seemed that the next moment, the calamity of destruction was about to come, and completely submerge him. The three calamities of the nascent soul are the heavenly calamity, the life calamity, and the human calamity. Now, the human calamity in the dark is launched. Of course, he can choose not to rescue his son, and choose to avoid it. But avoiding it this time, he can't avoid it the second time. Calamity, calamity, the more he avoids it, the more violent it evolves, and finally turns into the calamity of death. In that case, then I'll go. Xuanji made up his mind. His figure flashed and disappeared silently. The target was the Gixu Divine Sea. Gixu Divine Sea, the place of the ancient war. There, peerless strong men once fought against each other, fighting bloody battles. The void was shattered, and the sea water flowed back into the void, turning into a vortex of time and space, and turning into a place of destruction. There are countless opportunities and countless risks there. Leave quietly, avoiding various checkpoints and some key places. The land of Xuanji continues to move eastward, which is a vast ocean. This sea is called the East China Sea. After walking for a month, a vast ocean appeared. A flying boat flew out, flying in the air, heading towards the vast East China Sea. At the moment of leaving Chu, I felt that the luck that enveloped me disappeared, and I lost the protection of the national luck, and entered an unfamiliar area. As the luck dissipated, the calamity that enveloped my head increased, completely overwhelming my luck. The black clouds pressed down on the city and the city was about to be destroyed. The black calamity surrounded my head, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to escape. But Xuanji looked calm, without much surprise and fear. After the 12th transformation of the golden elixir, there is a chance to change one's fate against the will of heaven, to change one's own destiny and fate, and to have a bright future and a promising future. But it does not mean that one will definitely succeed in the future and have a great future. There are also various variables and various accidents. Obviously, human calamity is an accident. The world changes, and the variables are constantly evolving, and there are variables disappearing at all times. The variables are constantly evolving and changing, forming the main body of this world. These variables make the way of heaven uncertain and unpredictable, but the world has more vitality, and will not become stagnant water. Xuanji thought, sitting upright on the boat, and went into the distance. The sea is endless, with no end, only star-like islands, undulating on the sponge. Open Beidou map, determine your location, and move forward into the distance. After walking less than 1,000 miles, the void suddenly flashed, and a series of Kishu divine thunders bombarded, and the lightning surged, annihilating the boat. At this moment, men in black appeared all around and besieged here. These black-clothed men had a strong aura, and they were all foundation-building bandits. However, the next moment, a flash of sword light annihilated everything, and destroyed all laws. Puff, puff, the sword light flashed, and the 8 bandits were killed immediately. The storage bag also fell into his hand. The bodies of these casual cultivators also fell into the sea. Some fish came forward to eat them, but after a moment, the bodies disappeared. He opened the storage bag, and checked the spoils inside. Xuanji cursed speechlessly, poor ghost. The flying boat continued to move forward, but after walking for a while, it encountered casual cultivators to kill, or encountered some casual cultivators fighting each other. In the territory of Chu, there are 3 major sects to suppress it, and a certain order is maintained. The fight between the immortal cultivation families is also within the scope of the rules. If you want to kill someone, or destroy a certain immortal cultivation family, you must find a suitable reason and excuse. But on the sea, there is chaos and disorder. Killing does not need a reason or excuse, nor does it need to be entangled with interests. It may just be that you don't like someone, so you go forward and kill him. Here, vendettas, fights, resource robberies, etc. are also extremely fierce. Unlike the 3 major sects of Chu state, which have abundant resources and common enemies, they have signed offensive and defensive agreements with each other, so there will be no large-scale fighting. At most, it is the fighting between the lower-level disciples, and they have to find a suitable excuse. But on the uninhabited sea, the resources are rich and the spiritual medicine is endless, so there are more and more sects of independent cultivation, and each of them is strong and brave, very difficult to mess with, and the fighting is also tragic. Those who are kind and soft-hearted have been eaten long ago. On the sea, there are no rules, no legal constraints, and you can do whatever you want. No matter what your identity and status are, as long as the benefits are big enough, even the son of the god of transformation dares to kill you. After killing and robbing, they fled and hid. It is difficult to track down who the murderer is. Just on the sea, Xuanji encountered 7 or 8 waves of bandits, after advancing 100,000 miles, killing countless people. It seems that there were more killings, and there was a bloody evil spirit surrounding the flying boat. Many robbers were afraid, and hid far away, and it was peaceful for a while. After walking for 10 days, they disappeared. There was the ocean everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but water. There was endless water, and not even a single pirate could be seen. There was no sky above, no ground below, and no place to rest. It was very insecure. Crash. At this moment, black clouds gathered in the distance, and it seemed to be evolving into a storm and heavy rain. There was a sense of oppression in the air. The wind was filled with a strong smell of saliva. Xuanji looked intently, and saw a black giant python passing the tribulation 100 miles away. In the tornado, there was a 300-meter-long giant snake, hissing violently, with black scales spread out, and endless water vapor surging around its body, forming a terrifying vortex. The sound was sharp like a dragon's roar, and the wind and clouds were stirring. It seemed to be turning into a dragon. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky gathered, and destructive lightning struck down, sweeping everything and annihilating everything. Fire from the sky fell. Lightning swept. Nightmare wind blew. The black giant snake was shaking, and its huge mouth opened, and a black water column swept in, counterattacking the calamity. Boom boom boom. Along with the calamity, hideous wounds appeared, and blood was dripping. The black giant snake's injuries were increasing, but its momentum was rising. Two meat lumps appeared on its head, and then hardened, and turned into coral-like horns. 4 claws appeared on the abdomen. The body was shrinking, from a body of 300 meters long, constantly changing to 100 meters long. The originally sharp head became soft, and it was trying to turn into a real dragon step by step. Chapter 379 Compassion. Black Dragon is grateful. Boom boom boom. The terrifying heavenly calamity swept down, with waves of thunder, fire, nightmare wind, etc., and the calamity of destruction swept down, drowning everything. Such a calamity was very fierce, as if it was going to tear everything apart. But the power was just that, and it could not do anything to this black dragon. It only took a moment to survive the calamity and completely transform successfully. A black python, transformed into a black dragon, is equivalent to a golden elixir monster. The bloodline grade is a bit low, and it is just a mixed blood monster. But as the cultivation level continues to improve, and the bloodline is constantly tempered, it may not be impossible to transform into a pure blood monster. Xuanji moved his palm, and was about to suppress the black dragon with a sword. This black dragon has a low bloodline grade now, but it has unlimited possibilities and supreme fortune in the future. But after a moment, Xuanji gave up. A black dragon in the early stage of the golden elixir has little effect on him. It's hard to kill it for soup, and the yuan monster in the storage bag, the mere golden elixir dragon meat, is not worthy of the table. It seems that it is a bit too late to take it as a mount directly. To become his mount, one must at least become a nascent soul great demon, with top level bloodline level, potential and comprehension. Unfortunately, the black dragon in front of him is obviously not qualified. What a pity. Xuanji chose to give up directly, because it was useless, so he chose to give up. At this moment, the void flashed, and a black figure appeared. The big tripod suppressed it across the sky, and the destructive energy hit it. The black dragon was crazy, with a ferocious expression, and spit out black flames from his mouth. Bang! The destructive energy collided with each other, and the black dragon was obviously defeated and flew backwards. The man in black flashed his footsteps, and turned into a stream of light, urging the big tripod to suppress it again, and one tripod suppressed the world. The black dragon was roaring, and the 100-meter dragon body was moving, stirring the power of the sea. The storm surrounded the body, the waves were surging, and the tide of destruction came one after another, attacking the man in black. A man and a dragon were fighting fiercely. Within a radius of 10 miles, mist was spreading, waves were surging, and the energy of destruction was constantly colliding. Flying swords were flying everywhere, and the seal was suppressing them. The two sides fought fiercely, but in the battle, it was the black dragon that landed below. Seeing that he was defeated, the black dragon flashed, and was about to escape. But the next moment, it crashed into the barrier. The area within a radius of 10 miles was covered by the formation, isolating the inside and the outside, cutting off the possibility of escape. The black dragon urged all his strength and only needed a moment to break the formation. But the man in black took action to contain him, and his killing moves continued, attacking and killing him, cutting off the possibility of escape. Puff, puff. On the black dragon's body, blood marks appeared one after another, and blood flowed out and scattered in the seawater. When the dragon blood entered the seawater, fish immediately came forward to swallow it and snatch it together. Boom boom boom. The man in black took action, and his attack was more fierce and the rhythm was faster. The battle was like fire, like a tide. Seeing that the black dragon was defeated, Xuanji frowned slightly, his footsteps flashed, and he chopped out with a knife. At the moment of the knife chop down, the void became dim, as if it had entered the night in an instant, and the white light in the world dissipated. Bang! The formation broke apart. The black dragon flashed, broke out of the formation, entered the sea, and disappeared. You are looking for death, since you dare to destroy the good things of this real person. The man in black said angrily. The sea infinite seal, suppress the universe. The palm of his hand changed, pinching the seal, and the magic power in the void was surging, rising, and falling like a tide. A big seal appeared in the void, turned into a sea, and directly suppressed it, covering the sea seal. At this moment, Xuanji took out his knife, and a colorful long sword appeared. The yin and yang key circulated on it, the power of the 5 element was born and destroyed on it, and the power of the yuan magnetic force condensed on it, condensed into a destructive divine way, chopped down in the air. Abandoning any magical changes, abandoning any strange killing moves, there is only a simple and destructive knife, breaking the past and the present. With just one knife, the Fuhe seal broke on the spot. The man in black secretly thought it was not good, and activated the secret technique at the critical moment. With a crisp sound, Lu Xuanji's long sword chopped on a piece of wood, and the wood shattered on the spot. But 10 miles away, the figure of the man in black appeared. But his face was pale, and his expression was not good at all. Transplanting flowers and trees is one of the top magical powers in the East China Sea. To practice this magical power, you need to refine a piece of 4th grade sacred wood, and connect it with its blood and ki, and they are inseparable. In a critical moment, by activating the secret technique, you can use the 4th grade sacred wood to replace your own death, and avoid a death calamity. Swish. The man in black activated the water escape technique, entered the sea, and was about to escape. At this moment, an arrow flashed by, like a fleeting light, piercing his body. The man in black fell on the spot. Golden light flashed, and Lu Xuanji appeared above. He waved his hand to collect the body of the man in black, and threw it on the flying boat. At this moment, a longbow appeared on his palm. The body of the longbow was about 1 person tall, with blood marks on it. The bowstring was too thin, and seemed to be non-existent. On the longbow, blood runes were engraved, and there was a breath of death surrounding it, representing disasters and calamities. The disaster bow and the calamity arrow were the peerless magic weapons he had refined from the deduction of fate not long ago. They were specially used to break defenses and attack from a distance. There was a law of cause and effect in them. Once the aim was taken, it would hit the target, and would not stop until blood was seen. After putting away the bow and arrow, and urging the flying boat, Lu Xuanji was about to leave. At this moment, the black dragon returned and said respectfully, "Greetings, benefactor. Thank you for saving my life. These are just small things." Lu Xuanji said calmly, "It's a small matter for you, but it's a life-saving favor for me." The black dragon said, "In order to attack the golden elixir and transform into a dragon, I spent a lot of wealth. I have nothing left and can't compensate you. Please tell me your name. I will repay you in the future." Elder of Danyang sect, Lu Xuanji. Lu Xuanji said, urging the flying boat to disappear. As for the black dragon's words, that he would definitely repay the favor in the future, he just listened and didn't take it to heart. On the flying boat, Lu Xuanji took off the storage bag and began to check the spoils. First, there was the big tripod. The big tripod is about 1 meter high and weighs 3,000 pounds. Holding it in the hand, it feels heavy. This big tripod has 4 legs and a bronze luster. It is engraved with blue dragons, white tigers, red birds, black tortoises, unicorns, bifang and other mythical beasts. Putting it on the flying boat gives people a faint sense of oppression. Among the many reliefs, there are 3 words engraved: the demon god tripod. The demon god tripod is at the peak of the 4th grade. The higher the level of magic weapon, the fewer there are. It's not just the lack of materials, but also the difficulty of forging. Many new golden elixirs use 3rd grade spiritual treasures. Only after a period of precipitation, continuous accumulation of materials, and continuous forging, can the sword magic weapon be upgraded to the 4th grade. The man in black was only a 3rd level golden elixir cultivator, but he had a 4th grade peak cauldron. He was also a cultivator with great luck, but it was a pity that he died in his hands. Chapter 380, 40 Thieves, 5th rank peach tree. He checked the storage bag again. There were 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and only 10 high-grade spirit stones. There were also some 2nd-grade spirit tools, 3rd-grade spirit tools, etc., as well as some talismans, some spiritual medicines from the ocean, some spiritual laws, some spiritual medicines, corpses of monsters, etc. There were a lot of miscellaneous things. The rough count showed that there were about 10 million spirit stones. Looking at these wealth, Lu Xuanji sighed in his heart that farming for 10 years was not as good as robbing. Killing and arson will bring you a golden belt, and repairing bridges and roads will bring you no bones. The ancients spoke honestly and did not deceive young people like me. In the storage bag, Lu Xuanji found a sea chart. On the sea chart, some important islands, trading markets, some restricted areas, dangerous areas, etc. were marked. Comparing with the 100 maps, Xuanji was more certain about his location. Continuing to flip through, Xuanji found a diary. In the diary, the daily life of the man in black was recorded, as well as some psychological processes and some trading shady dealings. Today, I joined the Shenshu Palace and became an outer disciple. I was very happy. Unfortunately, I was tested not long after and found that I only had 3 spiritual roots. My qualifications were low, and I could not become an inner disciple. I could only be an outer disciple. It has been 30 years since I joined the Shenshu Palace. I finally built my foundation and became a foundation building cultivator and an inner disciple. At the age of 150, I became a purple mansion cultivator and a true disciple. I was very happy and my heart was very happy. Many friends came to celebrate. On this day, I held hands with my junior sister. The junior sister tasted really good. When the junior sister achieved the purple mansion, we will become Taoist companions. On this day, I accidentally saw my junior sister enter the cave of a certain elder. I saw my junior sister lying in the elder's arms. I was so happy that I was angry and felt my head was green. Not long after, when the elder went out, I took action to kill the elder. I was still discovered. Because I killed the elder and killed my fellow disciples, the law enforcement hall wanted to execute me. I was very unwilling and very angry, but this anger was more like the wailing of a defeated dog. On the eve of my execution, I met Master Xingqian. Master Xingqian spoke and gave me 2 choices. One was to choose death, and the other was to join them. I chose the latter. Not long after, I escaped from the Shenshu Palace, became a casual cultivator, and became a robber on the sea. After 100 years of fighting, I killed people and robbed goods, and did all kinds of evil. After proving the golden elixir, I became one of the 40 thieves, and was on the wanted list of the Shenshu Palace. Countless righteous cultivators wanted to kill me, but who would have thought that I was the black glove of the Shenshu Palace, specializing in handling some dirty and tiring work for the Shenshu Palace. The Shenshu Palace is a famous sect and a symbol of justice. It cannot do bad things, but I'm one of the 40 thieves, with the title of killing god thief, but I can kill people at will, and clean up certain unstable factors. Not long ago, Master Crossing asked me to do a dirty job, to intercept and kill a disciple of the Xingqian sect. There are some more contents later, but I will not describe them in detail. Will I offend the Shenshu Palace if I kill this black glove? Xuanji pondered. The conclusion is no. The black glove is an object that can be abandoned at any time. After figuring this out, Xuanji urged the pure yang true fire, and the fire burned and destroyed everything. Soon, the thief turned into ashes and dissipated in the sea. Taking out the star map, Xuanji determined the location of the thief's lair and went forward. In the thief's lair, there are also some spiritual rice, spiritual medicine, spiritual trees, etc., which need to be looted. The flying boat is moving forward, and it is about 3 hours later. A black dot appeared in the sea. The black dot is constantly enlarging and gradually turning into an island. This island has an area of about 300 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the Maldives in the previous life. This island has traces of quasi-artificial transformation. It is an artificial island. Around the island, the formation is running, blocking the breath of the island and becoming invisible. If you randomly fly from the sky of the island, you can't find this island at all. Xuanji held the sea chart in his hand and determined the direction before he could find the island. There are about 100,000 humans living on this island, most of whom are monks, including 5 purple mansion monks and more than 100 foundation building monks. In the spiritual fields and medicine gardens, there are monks walking in them, constantly taking care of them. There are also some sea fish raised in them. The whole island seems full of vitality. Hey. There are also some concubines, children, and descendants of those thieves. About 1,000 people. Why not kill them? Xuanji thought, and the idea of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots was rising. The power on his palm was condensing, and the magic power was flowing on it, and he was about to slap the island. As long as he was given 10 seconds of accumulation time, he could sink the island with one palm. The magic power was surging, and at the moment of slapping, Xuanji restrained his killing intent. It's good to cut the grass and root it out, but these people in front of me can no longer threaten me. Many civilians and monks on the island are innocent. No, they followed the big thieves, plundering on the sea, constantly robbing all kinds of property. How could they be innocent people? It's better to kill them. The palm surged again, and was about to slap. But at the moment of action, it was forced to hold back. The three calamities of the nascent soul are about to come. My mind is a little uneasy, my mind is a little confused, and my killing intention is a little strong. Xuanji sighed and suppressed the impetuousness in his heart. Feel the calamity energy on his body, and feel the horror of the calamity. The calamity energy entangled in his body. Not only the heavenly calamity bombarded him, the human calamity surrounded him, but also his own mind was confused. Under the three calamities, he was almost dead. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, Xuanji entered the island, looted the treasure house, looted the spiritual medicine, and was like a locust wherever he went. On the island, many monks trembled and stood aside, not daring to intercept. This is a 5th grade spiritual tree, the peach tree. Xuanji walked to the center of the island, and saw a 3-meter high peach tree standing in the center of the island. There were 7 peaches on the peach tree, some of which were green, and had just grown. Some were red, and could be eaten. The 5th grade peach tree was not only useful for Jinden cultivators, but also for Yuanying cultivators. Sitting under the peach tree to practice, the cultivation speed would be 2 levels faster. After taking the peaches, refining the vitality inside can consolidate the foundation, purify the body, and purify the soul. This thief only has 3 spiritual roots, but he became a golden elixir. Obviously, he had a great adventure. This 5th grade peach tree was his adventure. If outsiders knew that there was a 5th grade peach tree here, Yuanying cultivators would also come to rob it. Xuanji thought. There were many formations protecting the 5th grade peach tree, and only the thief could enter here. Originally, with his aptitude, becoming a purple mansion cultivator was his limit. But after obtaining the 5th grade peach tree, with the help of a good fortune here, he broke through his own limit, and became a golden core true person, and even had some hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, when he met Xuanji, he died in the sea, and turned into ashes. Chapter 381, Forced Marriage, Marrying into the Wife's Family. The difficulty of cultivation is more difficult than the 9th heaven. Don't look at him, just because he can kill a Jinden cultivator with one move, and think that Jinden cultivators are nothing special. In fact, no matter in which family, Jinden cultivators are giants, ancestors, and they suppress one side. They are famous and immortal for thousands of years, and can create a huge family of immortals. Only the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots can guarantee that they will enter the Jinden realm 100%. As for the second spiritual roots and the different spiritual roots, there are only 2 layers, or even lower probability. The low probability requires corresponding opportunities to fill it. In fact, any real person who enters the Jinden realm is a person with great opportunities and great adventures. The thief who was killed by him is also a person with great opportunities. But now the 5th grade peach tree belongs to him directly. He activated the cave sky bead, and the 5th grade peach tree began to shake. After a long time, it was finally pulled out, and transplanted into the cave sky bead. However, under such violent transplantation, many roots were broken. When entering the cave bead, the 5th grade peach tree immediately became withered and dying, as if it would die at any time. Xuanji took a deep breath, and sprinkled the 9 heavens Ziran nearby to nourish the roots. He also urged the power of creation to repair its origin. Gradually, the dying peach tree became more alive, and the roots continued to grow, surviving the catastrophe. Looking at the peach tree that was out of danger, Xuanji was also relieved. Fortunately, he entered the 5th grade spiritual plant master, and his creation power was extremely special, which was able to bring the peach tree back to life and turn the impossible into possible. A slight inferiority in craftsmanship may lead to the death of the peach tree. Many spiritual trees rarely move after taking root in a certain area, and the cost of moving is too high. Xuanji entered the treasure house again. There was a shortage of spiritual stones in the treasure house, and there were almost no other elixirs. It is as expected. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly in his heart. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources are spent, and the fewer spiritual stones and elixirs are stored in the pocket. The thief is a giant and cultivator. He spends a lot of resources every year, but he is also a poor man. Checking the treasure house, Lu Xuanji suddenly saw a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there is a technique, the infinite sea technique, on the front, and the supreme magical power, the 9 seals covering the sea, on the back. The infinite sea technique requires water spiritual roots to practice. If the water spiritual roots are the most efficient, the technique will take the path of specialization, abandoning everything, just seeking the vastness and majesty of magic power. After practicing the infinite sea technique, the size of the danshan in the body and the amount of magic power stored are far better than those of ordinary cultivators. There was one Sasenia who practiced the infinite sea technique to perfection. The mana in his body was 3 times that of the cultivators of the same realm, which was terrifying. There are also disadvantages. The progress of practice is very slow, and it costs a lot of resources. After practicing the infinite sea art, walking on the sea, one can take advantage of the terrain, and the combat power of the 10th level can be forcibly increased to the 12th level. This technique can be practiced all the way to the early stage of transformation. Then, he looked through the 9 seals covering the sea, which only recorded the 4 major seals, namely the giant whale seal, the silver shark seal, the azure dragon seal, and the black tortoise seal. After the giant whale seal is activated, it can be transformed into a majestic force to bless oneself. After the silver shark seal is activated, it can increase one's own speed. The azure dragon seal can increase the recovery speed. The black tortoise seal can increase one's own defense. Sitting there, Lu Xuanji began to comprehend the truth and integrate it into the creation art. About 3 days later, Lu Xuanji left. This stone tablet was taken back to the family as a foundation. As for whether this would attract the fear of the Shenshu Palace, or whether there would be sieges and the like, Lu Xuanji didn't care at all. He had the Danliang sect behind him, and he was about to achieve the Yuanying Dao, so he was not afraid of the Shenshu Palace at all. Besides, the so-called techniques in this world are worth money or not. The monopoly of cultivation techniques is mainly for the lower level cultivators, but for the higher level cultivators, the so-called cultivation techniques books are open, even free. The reason why Shenshu Palace can sit in the East China Sea is not because of the monopoly of cultivation techniques, but because of the monopoly of resources. Monopolizing most resources means controlling the lifeblood of most water-based cultivation techniques cultivators, and not being afraid of the disobedience of individual cultivators. Without the corresponding resources, even if one has extraordinary talent and outstanding talents, he will die in obscurity. With a flash of his figure, Lu Xuanji disappeared. He disappeared into the sea, and the flying boat was moving forward. After walking for half a month, a huge island appeared. It was called an island, but it should be a continent. This island has an area of 3 million square kilometers. On this continent, there are people, shops, ports, and cultivators coming in and out, which is very prosperous. There are also some huge treasure ships, which are docked at the port like a giant mountain, with a formation laid on it, which are combined together to form a huge killing formation. Such treasure ships are one after another, one after another. After putting away the flying boat, Lu Xuanji approached the island. This island is called Wangui Island. When approaching daily, Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, feeling that there were some top-level formations laid on the mainland. If the formation was activated, the 9th level of the nascent soul could also suppress it. Converging his breath, he followed the fleet into the port. This is a duty-free port, and no fees are charged. When he boarded the island, Lu Xuanji restrained his breath. He was only at the peak of the purple mansion, not too high or too low. Soon, he settled down in a city. According to calculations, his son appeared in this city at last and disappeared. The secret shows that his son is still alive. As for the rest, he doesn't know. Lu Xuan is still alive, but the situation is unclear. Lu Xuanji calculated slightly, his expression flickering. It's just that he has just stayed here for a day, and a guest came to visit. Meet Master Xuanji. The visitor was a female cultivator, wearing a blue skirt, long black hair, delicate facial features, a slender body, and a soft and beautiful feeling all over her body. She was also at the peak of the purple mansion. She said, "My master fell in love with Masterling, and wanted to marry Masterling. But Masterling was good and directly refused. So, my master forced himself on Masterling, and wanted to marry him. After waiting for a long time, the senior is finally here." Xuanji listened to the story, and wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Before coming here, he thought of many stories. Maybe Xuan was trapped in a secret realm, or imprisoned by some powerful people, or chased by powerful enemies. He thought his son would encounter various dangers, but he didn't expect that his son was very safe, and was just forced to marry. "What is your master's name?" Xuanji asked. "My master is the Grand Elder of the Shenshu Palace, Master Xian." The female cultivator said, "My master is only 700 years old, and has already become a master of enlightenment. He is a child of destiny. It is a great joy for your son to marry into my Shenshu Palace." "Marry into my family? That won't do." Xuanji smiled. "My son can only marry, but he can't be a son-in-law." The female cultivator said, "Let's talk about other things after we meet my master." "That's fine. I can meet Master Xian too." Xuanji smiled. Thinking of his son's bloody story, he wanted to laugh a few times, but he thought he should hold it back. Chapter 382 Purple Cloud Master. Led by the female cultivator, they arrived at the reception building. This tall building looked elegant and simple, without any extra decorations, very low-key and quiet. Entering it, led by the female cultivator, they entered a private room. At the moment of entering, a female cultivator stood up, wearing a purple dress, with flying fish hair on her head, long eyebrows like swords, and a slender body with majesty. It was Master Xian. But this female cultivator of the nascent soul stage said respectfully, "Greetings, father." "Father, I don't deserve it." Xuanji smiled and said directly, "My son, where is Xian?" "Father, wait a moment." Master Xian opened the door next to him, and soon a man walked out. It was his good son Xian. "My son is good. He has made great progress." Xuanji said with a smile, "A girl 3 years older than you will get a gold brick. A girl 30 years older than you will get a country. A girl 300 years older than you will get an elixir. If I had known that you were so happy here, I wouldn't have to rush to the road, and I would have come here directly from a long distance. Son, you are really hardworking. I'm guilty. I'm sorry, father." Xian confessed directly. "Xiana, stand up. Tell me, what's going on with you?" Xuanji said with a smile. Xian stood up, looked at Xian's engine with a complicated expression, and said, "Xian, I will say some intimate words to my father. You stay away for a while." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Xian's engine said, with tenderness in his eyes, and disappeared. At this time, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the chair, picked up the teapot, and poured the tea, drinking it gulp, as if only in this way could he relieve the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. "Tell me, what's going on between you and this purple cloud master?" Xuanji said. "The Yuanying female master has taken a fancy to you, which is good luck in love, but it's also a big trouble. I don't think you are so handsome that I fell in love with her directly. Tell me, between men and women, there is no such thing as flowers and moonlight. In many cases, there are only two types. One is lust at first sight, and the other is the combination of interests." Xian said, "Father, I don't know what to say. Tell me everything as it is. Don't exaggerate. Tell me the truth." Xuanji said, "My son, if he can cultivate immortality and achieve immortality, that would be great. If his aptitude is a little worse, I can arrange for him to marry a wife and concubines and breed offspring. But I can't allow it. My son is a morally corrupt person. People need to abide by some moral bottom lines, so that at least they can have a clear conscience and live more comfortably. Son, tell me." Xian said, "Father, when I left the Lu family in Xiang Mountain, I traveled to the East China Sea and encountered many independent cultivators who wanted to kill me. I killed many independent cultivators and was also hunted down several times. Thanks to some treasures left by father, I was able to escape safely." Later, when I entered a secret realm in Shenshu Palace for training, when I was collecting elixirs, a woman fell from the sky and landed in front of me. When I stepped forward to check, I found that the woman's face was flushed and she seemed to have been drugged and fell into a coma. When I wanted to go forward and wake her up, her face flushed and she threw me to the ground. Then something that shouldn't have happened. Speaking of this, Lu Xuan's expression did not show joy, but a hint of sadness. Lu Xuanji listened and thought to himself that this was the treatment of a pig. A beautiful woman descended from the sky. His mind was full of gossip and he asked directly, anything else? When I woke up, the woman changed color several times and finally disappeared. Lu Xuan said, if things had just passed like this, it would have been fine. It was originally a fleeting relationship, but not long after, this woman came to me and took me directly to the Shenshu Palace, asking me to marry into the Shenshu Palace. How could I agree to that? I, Lu Xuan, will definitely become an immortal in the future. I'm very indifferent to love between men and women. How could I have a Taoist partner to bind myself so early? And I, Lu Xuan, am a man who stands tall and upright. I only know how to marry a wife. How can I be a son-in-law? Interesting. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, okay, then I'll test what this true Lord Xian is planning. A moment later, true Lord Xian appeared, but saw Lu Xuan standing obediently behind his father, looking like a good son. Father, our marriage was an accident. But since we have had a relationship, I will leave my innocence to Xiana. Xian's engine said, I don't ask for anything else. I just ask father to help us. First, why are you with Xiana? Xiana is just a giant and cultivator. She is not worthy of you at all. Lu Xuanji said, find a reason that can convince me. Don't use those false words, lies and the like. Xian's engine said, can you let Xiana go for the time being? Okay. Lu Xuanji nodded. Lu Xian nodded, turned around and left temporarily. Xian's engine watched Lu Xian leave. His expression was much more relaxed, and he said, Dao, there are some things I don't want to say in front of Xiana. But Dao naturally want to ask, so I will tell you a thing or two. I'm the Wanshu treasure body, and Xiana's pure Yang Dao body complement each other. If the two practice together, the speed will be very fast. For the future of the Tao, we are combined together, which is good for me and him. Anything else? Lu Xuanji asked. And true Lord Xian hesitated for a moment, but still said, not long ago, the dragon clan of the East China Sea proposed to the Shenshu Palace, and wanted to marry me. The Donghai Dragon Palace and the Shenshu Palace have a good relationship with each other. I can't refuse anything, so I have to be with Xiana, and reject the dragon clan's request. Lu Xuanji nodded. Son, this is a possible shield. I can agree to your marriage with Xiana. But Xiana can't marry into the family, and I don't want my son to be a son-in-law. Lu Xuanji smiled. True Lord Xian said, I'm true Lord Yuanying. The sect has worked hard to cultivate me. Will they not allow me to marry outside? My Taoist partner can only marry into the family. Even if I agree to marry Xiana, the elders of the Shenshu Palace will not agree. Then forget it. Lu Xuanji stood up and said, true Lord Yuanying, you are high above me. My kid can't afford you. Dao, please choose someone else. Dao, you can't leave. True Lord Xian came to the door to intercept him. His words were cold. Don't call me father anymore. Just call me fellow Taoist. Lu Xuanji smiled. You are like this, even though we haven't married yet. If you do, you will bully us. Let's part ways amicably. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of pressure came. Although he was at the peak of the golden core stage, he was not inferior to the Yuanying Zhenjin at all. Under the collision of the auras, Zhenjin Xian took 3 steps back in a row. His face was slightly pale, but he still said, Father, please stay. I have something important to tell you. Really? Lu Xuanji stopped and said, fellow Taoist, tell me. I hope you don't hide anything. Chapter 383, Marriage with a Baby. Sitting upright on the chair, Master Xian poured the tea, picked up the cup, and took a sip. Master Xian hesitated. After thinking for a long time, Master Xian said, if there is no accident, I will not object to marrying into the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. But not long ago, I entered a secret place in the Shenshu Palace for an adventure, but encountered a conspiracy by my fellow disciples. If I hadn't happened to meet Zana, I might have been humiliated by the villain. Not long ago, I even found out that I was pregnant with a fetus. Who else can I marry except Zana? As he said this, Master Xian looked bitter and touched his belly subconsciously. Can I check it? Yes. Master Xian stretched out his wrist. Xuanji pressed his finger on it and began to check. He felt that there was a fetus beating in the master's abdomen, making a slight sound. He was very young, but full of vitality. Xuanji looked at this scene and was slightly speechless. At present, Master Xian can only get married with a baby. In the world of immortal cultivation, except for a few exceptions, most female cultivators pay attention to chastity. Now that she has not only lost her virginity, but is also pregnant, she can only get married, and it is impossible to refuse. Especially for female cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage, the probability of pregnancy continues to decrease. Congratulations. Xuanji said. True Lord Xian said, Dao, what do you think of my Shenshu Palace? Xuanji said, Shenshu Palace is the overlord of the East China Sea. My Shenshu Palace was established less than 5,000 years ago. It was once opened up by a powerful cultivator. Now there is a powerful cultivator in charge. It is considered to be powerful, but it is still not as powerful as the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. True Lord Xian said, legend has it that the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea was established 300,000 years ago. During this process, many powerful people were born. They once competed with the strong people of the human race, and even many immortals who ascended to heaven were born. It is said that there are top-level strong people sleeping in the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. If these backgrounds are directly exposed, it will be enough to sweep across my Shenshu Palace. Those sleeping strong people are waiting for an opportunity. They will appear in the world when the spiritual energy is the most concentrated and the laws are the most active. At that time, they will go and fight for the luck in the dark and the opportunity to become immortals. Not long ago, the Shenshu Palace came to propose marriage, but I rejected it. Now, the Lu family may have offended the Shenshu Palace. It doesn't matter. Xuanji laughed and said, could it be that the Divine Water Palace could send a divine transformation cultivator to come and exterminate the Lu family? Now that they have arrived on the land of the Eastern Wasteland, on the territory of the human race, the East Sea Dragon Palace can only choose to remain silent. But my son cannot become a son-in-law. I don't care about these, but those old stubborn people in the Divine Water Palace will talk about some rules, said True Lord Xian. By the way, tell me about the structure of the Divine Water Palace and the top masters. Xuanji asked. In the Shenshu Palace, some of the seniors who have reached the stage of transformation are traveling, some are in seclusion, and some are rumored to have passed away outside. It is mainly the Yuanying Zhenjin who handles some miscellaneous affairs. Zhenjin Xian said, now there are 8 Yuanying Zhenjins in the Shenshu Palace, 5 of whom are either guarding some secret realms or in seclusion. My opponent is mainly Zhenjin Bian, who is at the 3rd level of the Yuanying. Back then, when I was at the Giant stage, I was bullied many times, and he even directly bypassed me and promised to marry a dragon clan prodigy from the East China Sea Dragon Palace. It was not until I became a Yuanying Zhenjin and became the Taishan elder of the Shenshu Palace that I was qualified to sit on an equal footing with him. It's just that I'm still inferior in cultivation, and I lack the confidence to speak. Zhenjin Xian talked about a lot of inside stories, the power structure of the Shenshu Palace, the open and secret struggles between each other, and said to see some of the calculations and plots. At this time, he also called Lu Xian in. Xuanji spoke directly and frankly, and directly told some inside stories. Thinking about being a father and getting married soon, Lu Xian frowned slightly and was very reluctant, but looking at his father's sharp eyes, he chose to remain silent. If he refused, his father would personally teach him a lesson about what a man's responsibility is. Not long after, the news that Xian Zhenjin and a giant cultivator became a Taoist couple spread. It spread to all parts of Shenshu Palace. Some people stamped their feet and beat their chests, saying that the goddess was going to get married. Some people blessed her with their mouths, but cursed in their hearts. But no matter what expression, the goddess was going to get married, and many cultivators could only bless her, even if they were very bitter in their hearts. On Xuanji Island, in a cave, a female cultivator walked out of the cave. The female cultivator wore a golden dress with a white shirt looming inside. There was a golden belt on her slender waist, and several silk threads hung from both sides, revealing a hint of elegance in her nobility. The snow white skin was as crystal as jade, the slender jade neck was like a swan. The huge bulge was even more fascinating. The flawless body lines exude amazing beauty. When he walked out of the cave, a maid came forward and served tea and snacks. While drinking tea, the female cultivator asked, "What big things have happened recently?" The maid said, "Not long ago, True Man Xian entered the nascent soul stage and became True Lord Xian. Not only that, but soon, he plans to marry a True Lord Chindan from the East Wasteland. Xian has entered the True Lord stage, which is a good thing." The female cultivator nodded and said, "But first she broke off the engagement, and then she got engaged. This is a slap in the face of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Things are a bit troublesome. I want to persuade her not to act on impulse." As she said that, her figure disappeared in a flash. The female cultivator was True Lord Bian. In a flash, True Lord Bian disappeared. After a while, they arrived in front of the cave. "Xian, come out." True Lord Bian shouted in front of the cave. A moment later, the door of the cave opened wide, and a man and a woman walked out, facing each other, like a couple. Looking at the man, Master Bian was extremely annoyed and wanted to slap him to death. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Xian, don't be impulsive, don't be angry. Do you really plan to become a Taoist partner with this boy?" Master Bian questioned. "I already have his child," Master Xian said. "Please senior, help me." "Go ahead." Master Bian said sadly, "You don't even call me aunt." After entering the realm of a True Lord, not only your cultivation level has improved, but your courage has also increased. "You don't listen to me," Master Xian said. "I will grow up eventually. Now I have the cultivation level of a True Lord. Although I'm not as good as my aunt, I'm also the supreme elder of the Shenshu Palace. I have the power and the qualifications to make choices for myself and decide my own destiny. Don't get involved in what happens to my aunt. If you get involved more, we will become enemies." As he spoke, his expression became more and more indifferent. Chapter 384 Leaving Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. In the past, the relationship between the aunt and niece was close, like mother and daughter, but after a long time, the relationship between them began to deteriorate and gradually turned into enemies. As for who was right and who was wrong in this process, it was difficult to tell. Walking out of the cave, Xuanji was slightly stunned. It happened to see the scene between the aunt and the niece, tearing each other apart. He wanted to step forward to persuade them, but felt it was unnecessary, so he chose to remain silent. Not only that, Xian also subconsciously took a step back to avoid this duel. In front of the cave, True Lord Bian looked at this scene with cold hands and feet, but still said in a cold voice, "Xian, do you know what era this is? In the era we are in, the spiritual energy is exhausted, the laws of heaven and earth are not obvious, the great way is rough, and it is quite difficult to practice the exercises and comprehend the great way. But according to the calculations of the ancestors, at least 500 years, at most 1000 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will enter the recovery stage, and the laws will become unprecedentedly active. At that time, both the speed of cultivation and the number of strong people will be greatly improved. When the spiritual energy is revived, then in the East China Sea Dragon Palace, one by one, the geniuses will appear, and many dusty old monsters will appear. At that time, there will be gods everywhere, and the number of strong people will increase exponentially. At that time, the new and old forces will continue to replace each other, and in order to grab some islands and some mines, the fight will be extremely tragic and bloody. The Shenshu Palace is just a pile of loose sand, and cannot be relied on. Marrying into the East China Sea Dragon Palace can take advantage of certain opportunities, and soar into the sky. True Lord Xian was slightly touched, but still said stubbornly, "Aunt is good at calculating." But at that moment, the human race and the demon race clashed, and the Shenshu Palace and the East China Sea Dragon Palace clashed. Which side should I stand on? I would like to ask Aunt a question or two. True Lord Bian said. Haha, Xianachana, you are still a little naive. Do you still need to ask such questions? When you reach the Yuanying realm, you no longer care about the so-called race, and there are only eternal interests. Why are you still so naive? True Lord Xian said. Aunt, this is the difference between you and me. In your eyes, interests are the most important, but in my eyes, living happily is the most important. For the sake of interests, Aunt will fool around with some people, and even sell her niece to outsiders. But I won't. True Lord Bian was furious, his footsteps flashed, and he slapped his niece on the face. At this moment, Lu Xian flashed, and intercepted in front, saying coldly, Aunt, you passed. True Lord Bian snorted coldly, get out. Dao passed. Lu Xian said. True Lord Bian was furious. The ki on his palm was gathering, turning into a blue handprint and slapping down, ruthlessly. Dao, you've gone too far. Just then, a colorful knife light flashed, and the blue handprint broke. The blade continued to slash down. True Lord Bian flashed his body, and appeared 10 feet away. With a serious expression, he said, Dao, what's your name? Lu Xuanji smiled and said, True Master Xuanji. True Master Xuanji, let me think about it. It seems that there is an unparalleled monster in the true state of Donghuan who has the qualifications to become a god, but this is the base of the Shenshu Palace, and Aoiao can't be presumptuous. True Lord Bian said indifferently. Really? Lu Xuanji said with a smile. Why don't you invite a few Taoists from the Divine Water Palace to attack together, shoulder to shoulder, and besiege us? Maybe we can leave our father and son here? The power of one person is still far inferior. How dare you? Bian's engine said angrily, urging his magical power. Suddenly, a green dragon condensed in the void, turning into a palm print, attacking and killing. It was the top magical power of the Water God Palace. But at this moment, the knife in Lu Xuanji's hand flashed, and the colorful light merged together, turning into endless white light, like snowflakes blooming, like a heavy snow falling, freezing everything, solidifying everything. The green dragon was shattering. The protective key was shattering. The sharp blade tore everything apart, and fell on the head of Bian's engine. The murderer Sora was pressing down, as if it would be cut into at the next moment. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Bian's engine was sweating all over. Lu Xuanji put away his sword and stood up, saying calmly, Dao, are you convinced? You. Bian's engine wanted to say something tough, but he couldn't. He lost the fight, and wanted to be tough, but he couldn't. Dao, if you don't welcome us, we will leave. Lu Xuanji said. Xian, let's pack up and leave now. Okay. Lu Xian nodded. Xian's engine also nodded. As they said that, the two young couples began to pack up their things, but there were not many things to pack. After a while, everything was packed. When they were about to leave, Bian's engine suddenly said, be careful, the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. I understand. Lu Xuanji said. They got on the flying boat and disappeared. The flying boat was getting bigger and bigger. Inside were Lu Xuanji, Lu Xian, Xian's engine, and her two maids. This time, they had to leave the Shenshu Palace. It was better to leave like this, so as not to get tired of it. Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, how much do you know? Lu Xuanji asked. I know very little, most of which are passed down by the elders. As for the truth of the content, it is hard to say, said Xian's engine. Xian's engine, whose real name is Jixian. After becoming the Supreme Elder, he can access most of the secrets of Shenshu Palace. After thinking for a while, Xian's engine began to talk about some secrets of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Xuanji listened. The East China Sea Dragon Palace is located deep in the sea, and is quite secretive. In particular, the terrain of the seabed is quite complex, and the sea ridges, trenches, underwater jungles, etc. make the terrain of the seabed even more complex. In this world, the area of the ocean is larger, and the resources contained in it are also more, which is destined to give birth to more powerful people in the seabed. In this area of the East China Sea, the East China Sea Dragon Palace is the overlord. In the Dragon Palace, the number of pure-blooded dragons is extremely rare, and the sparse population limits the scope of its territory. Many territories need to rely on the power of a large number of water tribes to control one or two, and the relationship between them is quite loose. True, Lord Xian said a lot, but Lu Xuanji thought of the marriage certificate left by Taoist Lord Chunayang. At this moment, Lu Xuanji frowned slightly and urged the flying boat. The aura on the flying boat was converging and entering the invisible state. The speed of the flying boat was also decreasing. Shenshu Palace, chasing us? Lu Xian asked. No, it's the East China Sea Dragon Palace that is hunting us, Lu Xuanji said. He urged the flying boat to move forward, and at the same time, the relevant information of the Sea Clan, as well as the interception route, etc. were displayed in the Beidou map. If there was no Beidou map, it would really be possible to fall into the trap. But now, it just took one more detour, and just 1 month later, it was close to the coast. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Returning to Chu. Long Ocean arrives. After reaching the coast, he circled around again and returned directly to Chu. All along the way, there was nothing wrong. When he arrived in Chu, he was completely safe. Chu was the territory of the human race, and the strong men of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea did not dare to invade. In his calculations, Chu was safe. In the Purple Mansion realm, the human race was the largest race, and the number of strong men born among the ascended immortals was also the largest. The human race was also constantly fighting and killing each other, but if there was a moment of invasion by foreign enemies, they would fight to the death and resist the invasion of foreign enemies. In the land of the East Wilderness, on the surface, the strongest person was only at the 9th level of the nascent soul, and even the divine transformation cultivator did not exist. It seemed very weak, but there were so many trump cards and strong men behind it. Those who thought that the East Wilderness was weak and dared to oppress and invade it had already had their graves covered with grass. We are back. We are safe. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, father, said Xian Zhenjun, who was also relieved. When she was walking on the sea, she felt that she was in a state of panic. She encountered crises many times, but she found some weak points of interception and turned the impossible into possible. She fought her way out of the siege of many sea tribes and reached Chu safely. There was more than just luck. There were also some unknown secrets. She would not ask, but she was grateful in her heart. Once you are in Chu, you will be safe. It is better to keep a low profile. You can temporarily live in Kaixing Mountain. There is a 4th grade spiritual vein there. The grade is a bit low. You will focus on cultivation in the future. Lu Xuanji said, it is better to keep a low profile in the near future. It is also safe. We understand. Lu Xian said. Thank you, father. Xian Zhenjun also nodded. After giving some instructions, he brought the two to Kaixing Mountain. The spiritual vein of this spiritual mountain is a bit low. It is okay for giant and cultivators to practice, but it is a bit worse for Yuanying cultivators. But Xian Zhenjun was happy and felt at home. Properly arrange this place, plant spiritual medicines, plant spiritual herbs, and arrange the environment here. It is a happy time. Soon, this place became full of vitality and popularity. The young couple also lived here temporarily. Lu Xuanji did not disturb them, disappeared and went to Xiang Mountain. Above the East China Sea, the waves were surging. On the sea, monsters appeared one by one. Some of them turned into human forms, and some kept their bodies. They walked along the coast of Chu State, constantly intercepting and sweeping. Check some passing spaceships and monks, and catch the familiar breath. On the coast of Chu State, there is a treasure ship suspended in the air. Inside the treasure ship, there are gorgeous carpets, forged with monster fur, which look soft and delicate. Inside the treasure ship, there are female demons. They have graceful bodies, delicate skin like snow, high chests, huge and charming, and few clothes on their bodies. Not only are they few, but they are also transparent, but they cover some key positions. They walk barefoot, dancing on the carpet, as graceful as fairies, with their bodies swaying, showing endless charm, and arousing the desire of the heart. Sometimes it was like a peacock spreading its tail. Sometimes it was like a flying vermilion bird. Sometimes it was like the moon shining high in the sky. The dance was delicate and graceful, showing the beauty of curves. Woo woo woo. Right next to them, there were some human female cultivators, some playing flutes, some playing zyro, some playing guzheng, and some beating drums. More than a dozen instruments were coordinated together, many and strict, many but not mixed, and it sounded melodious and pleasant. On the throne in the center, sat a handsome man. His body was elegant like white jade, his face was like a sculpture, and there were 2 dragon horns on his head, like jasper. His eyes were bright and his eyebrows were like sharp swords. He lay casually on the chair, his body was melodious and calm. On his left and right, there was a stunning woman. One was as cold as a lotus, and the other was as cold as a plum blossom. Different flavors, different charms, showing different charms. Stop, the handsome man said. His words were a little impatient, and he said, you can leave. Many female demons stopped singing and dancing, bowed and left. Boring, really boring. The handsome man said, Your Highness, that true Lord Xian is ungrateful and unwilling to be your concubine. We will capture her later and make her your concubine. The cold woman said, but there was tenderness in her eyes. She said, Your Highness, set up a net here. How can they escape? The woman in red on the right also said, Your Highness, you are of the Candle Dragon bloodline, with a noble and dignified status. In the future, you will definitely become an immortal and conquer the immortal world. Letting that girl Xian be your concubine is a benefit to her, but she refused to accept it. When the time comes to capture her, she will be punished severely. The handsome man said, You think too much. I, Long Aocean, was born extraordinary and have the bloodline of a king. I would not have taken a mere mortal woman as my concubine. But the Shenshu Palace wanted to curry favor with me and wanted to send a beautiful woman into my room. I couldn't refuse, so I reluctantly agreed. But I didn't expect that the human woman actually refused. She is so ungrateful. My name Aocean doesn't even know in the world. Wait, after capturing those human monks, I would like to meet that human woman and see how stupid she is. 1,000 years later, when I ascend to become an immortal, that human woman will be getting old in the mortal world. She will know the benefits of me, Long Aocean. The woman in red said, It's a pity that the woman's arrogance has made her lose a great opportunity. At this moment, a woman in green walked in and said respectfully, Your Highness, according to our intelligence in Chu, Xuanji has bypassed our interception and returned to Chu. Please punish him. Going back. Long Aocean was stunned when he listened, but he smiled after a moment. His expression was filled with a hint of joy. Okay. RC Clan's army is buried everywhere along the route, and we have set up a net to trap them, but we let them run away. That Xuanji is really powerful and interesting. I will meet such a genius. Hangyu, Zuayu, Balan, Momori, go to Chu State. No. Hangyu said, Your Highness is of noble status. If a human strongman attacks Your Highness, it may be dangerous. Danger? What kind of danger can there be? Long Aocean smiled and said, I'm a peerless genius, with such strong qualifications, that even many immortals were not as good as me in their youth. I have the 9th grade spiritual treasure left by my father, and the top puppet guards, so what am I afraid of? If we fight at the same level, I will beat him to death. If he bullies the weak, I will let the puppet beat him to death. There was arrogance and a hint of madness in his words. When his father ascended to heaven, he left him in the mortal world. After many years, he finally woke up. Because of his noble blood, his own talent, and his father's bonus, he had a sense of pride in his bones. In his pride, there was a hint of loneliness, and he longed to meet a strong enemy. Unfortunately, enemies were hard to find. Many enemies were not his opponents at all, and they were killed with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Victory was too easy, almost sweeping all the way, invincible all the way here. Because he was too invincible, he seemed a little lonely, and could only look for some enemies on another battlefield, so he accepted some beautiful female cultivators as concubines, and fought under the bed. Only in this way could he kill his lonely and bored mood. Let's go to Chu. In a flash, Xuanji arrived at Xiang Mountain. At this time, Xuanji had come out of retreat, sitting on a tall building, sipping tea, and looking into the distance. Xuanji stepped forward, and Xuanji only resisted slightly, and then obeyed. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanji said, "Husband, how are you doing recently?" Xiana got married, and married a true lord from the Shenshu Palace, but she also provoked the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. Xuanji said, talking about the past, the interception of the Sea Clan on the road, and other things. "Husband, the calamity on your body is increasing." Xuanji said, "The world has luck, and the so-called luck is fate. When fate comes, luck also comes. Those who have great luck often encounter treasures and various luck when they are walking outside. This is a manifestation of good luck. But the way of heaven changes, and every bite and every drink must have a certain number. How much luck you enjoy, you must endure how much calamity. The greater the luck, the greater the calamity. If you can withstand the calamity brought by luck, you can turn danger into safety. If you can't withstand the calamity, then you are not blessed and your virtue is not worthy of your position. Calamity is just a small matter." Xuanji said, looking calm and calm. Pretending to be cool may not necessarily succeed, but pretending to be cool will make people around you full of confidence and reduce some worries. I don't know how long it took. The two of them were immersed in it. The happy days were short and limited. In Xiang Mountain, less than a month later, news came. A strong man from the East China Sea Dragon Clan came to challenge. He is too brave. He dared to come to the territory of our human race. Xuanji said, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Why wouldn't he dare? Xuanji said, as long as he doesn't kill people in our human race's territory, but just competes with each other, the ancestors of the human race will not pay attention. Well, I will fight him. Xuanji said, with a faint excitement in his eyes. Hey, he's here. With a flash of his figure, Xuanji left here, and waited at the foot of the mountain. When entertaining guests, you should be more enthusiastic, and not let them wait for a long time. Gradually, a gorgeous sedan chair appeared in the distance. The sedan chair was forged with spiritual wood, with a light veil around it. It was 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Around the sedan chair, there were 16 female demons, carrying the sedan chair together. These female demons had a strong aura, and were clearly great golden elixir demons. They were beautiful, and could be described as beautiful as flowers and moons, but at the moment they were doing menial work. The tall sedan chair was carried, emitting a trace of terrifying aura. The sedan chair moved very steadily, and kept approaching Xiang Mountain. When it reached the foot of Xiang Mountain, it stopped. Because in front of it, there stood a handsome man, who was Xuanji. "Dao, you are polite." A man's voice came from the sedan chair. "Dao, it's really grand, and you directly let 16 maids carry the sedan chair. This kind of grandeur makes small people like me envious." Xuanji said. "Haha, these are just small things." At this moment, the sedan chair opened, and a handsome man walked out. His body was like white jade, tall, and exuded a burst of majesty. "Hangayu, put away the sedan chair." The handsome man said. "Yes, master." At this moment, a maid in red nodded, and took out a palace. With a wave of her hand, the 16 maids entered the palace, and the gorgeous sedan also entered the palace. There were only 4 beautiful maids standing in the back to serve. The 4 maids had an ancient and powerful aura, a solid and stable foundation, and had already reached the nascent soul stage, but they were respectful maids. This is the heritage of a big family. Xuanji asked, "What is your name, fellow Daoist?" "Long Ocean." The handsome man said, "I was sealed for a long time, and was just born not long ago. I originally planned to go to Chu State for a casual stroll, but I didn't expect to meet such a strong enemy as fellow Daoist." When approaching Xuanji, Long Ocean felt his heart beating slightly, and his blood was warning him. The blood was reminding him that the person in front of him was a powerful enemy. Not only that, the 9th grade spiritual treasure lurking in his body was also making a slight sound, as if it was excited, but it was more of a reminder to him to be careful. All these things showed that the enemy in front of him was a little terrifying. The originally scattered heart became solemn. "What is your name, fellow Daoist?" Long Ocean asked. Xuanji smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you can call me Xuanji." Fellow Daoist, why did you take my concubine away? Long Aocean said, not long ago, the Shenshu Palace promised to send me a human woman as a concubine. Of course, I refused. An ordinary rouge and powder, an ordinary vase woman, is not worthy of being my concubine. But since the Shenshu Palace has opened its mouth and wants to marry me, it would be bad if I directly refused. So, I reluctantly agreed. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. Why did you do this, fellow Daoist? I'm sorry, Lu Xuanji said, telling the whole story. Long Aocean listened, but frowned slightly and said, it seems that the human race is not united. It's nothing, a human woman, just a piece of tattered clothes. If you want to take it, and take it away, then go. This young master has no shortage of women. How could he do such a thing as robbing a woman? Thank you, fellow Daoist. Lu Xuanji was grateful. Long Aocean said, what do you think of the 4 maids beside me? He pointed at Han Gaiu and others behind him. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each has its own flavor. Lu Xuanji commented. That's right. Long Aocean said, my 4 maids are all my companions, and they grew up with me. They all have the qualifications to become gods, but they are only qualified to be my maids. Since Xian doesn't want to serve me, then she doesn't have to come. There are many women in the world who want to serve me. Chapter 386 Long Aocean vs Lu Xuanji. At the foot of Xiang Mountain, Long Aocean stood there, his aura high and his arrogance tinged with disdain. He simply disdained things like robbing women. The fact that Master Xian had run away was like a cat running away, which was just a trivial matter to him. Master Xian's running away was her loss. She would regret it 1,000 years later. Master Xian is just a small matter. I'm too lazy to care about other things. But after seeing you, my blood is boiling. I want you to fight. Long Aocean said, do you dare to fight me? Dao, you'd better retreat. Lu Xuanji said, we are still young. Now is not the time for a showdown. Long Aocean said, but I'm afraid. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that the time for a showdown has not come yet. Lu Xuanji said, closing his eyes, as if he was recalling something, and opened his eyes after a long time and said, Dao's blood is very powerful, and his bloodline is king level. He is also an unparalleled prodigy in the dragon clan. But Dao's father, didn't he tell you, that kings don't meet kings, especially us young kings? Many times, if young kings fight each other, a draw is still okay. But if they suffer a major defeat, they may not be able to accept it all. Their Tao heart collapses, and they can never stand up again. After all, we are all teenagers, still in the 2nd year of middle school. Although we have condensed the Tao heart, our hearts are fragile, which is much stronger than glass hearts. If you wait until you are older and your personality becomes more stable, it will be much better to confront them then. By then, even if you suffer a crushing defeat, you will sum up your experience, keep moving forward, and keep fighting. If you fail once, try twice. If you fail twice, try 3 times. You will keep improving. On the road to becoming an immortal, there will often be wins and losses. Only when you are not arrogant when you win, and not discouraged when you lose, can you have the last laugh. Long Aocean said, I will never be defeated in my life. You are very strong, but you cannot make me fail. Really? Lu Xuanji smiled and said, even immortals dare not say that they will never be defeated. Some people are undefeated in their lives, but after they are defeated, they can never get up again. Dao, take it. As Long Aocean spoke, his aura was flashing, like a mountain peak. His aura was constantly rising, and traces of destructive aura surged, turning into a tide to suppress it. Since I awakened, I have fought many Xuanji, and I defeated them all with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. I have always swept everything and suppressed everything. I have never known what a hard fight is. I hope you can hold on for more than 10 moves. Blue Dragon Claw. Long Aocean took a step forward, his aura rising to the extreme, and his human palm was changing, turning into a blue dragon claw. The dragon claw flew in the air, as if a punishment from heaven was coming. Abandoning all the fancy things, it became a dignified heavenly suppression. Fate Fist. Lu Xuanji's aura was condensing, as if an immortal king had descended into the world, and the terrifying aura condensed into a deadly punch. Boom boom boom. Fortune Fist vs Blue Dragon Claw. The destructive force collided with each other, and the air was blown up on the spot. The terrifying annihilation force swept to the 8 directions, and everything within a radius of 10 miles turned into a torrent of destruction, a tide of destruction, and annihilated everything. Xuanji did not move, but the ground under his feet was like a spider web, breaking apart one after another. Tada! Long Aocean took 3 steps back. How is that possible? Long Aocean said in shock. This was the first time he was beaten back in the battle. Fight again. A hint of excitement flashed in Long Aocean's eyes, and there was also a hint of joy. Long Aocean urged his magic power, and his body was raised 3 inches taller. The blood in his body surged, and it roared like a mountain and sea. His footsteps were flashing, as if a ghost was changing, as if the void was moving. His hands evolved into the supreme magic, attacking and killing. Dragon swims in the 9 heavens. Blue dragon fights the immortal. Dragon soars in the sea. Group of dragons are leaderless. Dragon roars in the 9 heavens. Behind him, there was a green candle dragon flying, evolving a terrifying vision, suppressing the killing. Such killing power seemed to exceed the limit of the golden elixir. Fate Fist. Xuanji urged the creation magic power, evolved the supreme divine fist, and punched out one after another. The 2 sides collided violently. The crowd of onlookers retreated consciously. Young master, use the killing move. Hangayu said, with only the dragon boy in her eyes. Young master, there is an enemy. Xuanji frowned slightly, and looked at the 2 people fighting on the battlefield. The battle was not one-sided, but rather a stalemate. This human cultivator was the great enemy of the young master on his way to becoming an immortal. This person has an ancient aura. He is not a contemporary genius, but has been sealed for a long time. Not only that, he also has the aura of an immortal. He is the descendant of the immortal left in the world. Xuanji, I actually encountered such a great enemy. On the attic, Jinzi looked down at the scene of the battle, watching both sides use killing moves and fight each other. His eyes gradually turned golden, his pupils flashing, and he saw through the scene of the battle on the battlefield. The 2 fought very fiercely, and the battle wave was so strong that even some Yuanying's engine were far inferior to him. It was also thanks to the 4 maids that they sealed the aura of the battlefield, otherwise the aura would have leaked out and alarmed some people long ago. That dragon boy, that's all. But Xuanji is so fierce. It seems that Xuanji is not only the 10th level of Jianden, but maybe even stronger and more terrifying. Boom boom boom. The 2 sides clashed together, and after 100 moves, there was still no winner. Long Aocean's expression changed, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Since waking up, he has encountered such a powerful enemy. Normally, 3 or 5 moves are enough to kill the enemy, but now, after 100 moves, he has not won. Instead, he is slightly at a disadvantage. You are very powerful, but I'm not inferior to you. Long Aocean roared. 8 tribes, 8 incarnations, suppress. The breath of his body changed, and 8 shadows appeared on his back. One shadow was as mighty as a god of war, and it was the god of heaven. One shadow had a body as slender as a snake and a horn on its head, and it was the dragon. One shadow had a hideous face and bone spurs on its body, and it was the yaksha. One shadow was extremely beautiful, and it was the Gandharva. One shadow was tall and ugly, and it was the Azura. One shadow was a rock, and it had a tumor on its head, and it was fierce and cruel, and it was the Garuda. One shadow looked like a human, but it had a horn on its head, and it was the Kinnara. One shadow had a human body and a snake head, and it was the Mahoraga. 8 demon gods appeared behind him, and the originally illusory shadows kept turning into reality, and turned into the supreme god formation to attack and kill. And King Divine form. At this moment, Xuanji activated the secret technique, and the strength of his body suddenly increased to 12 times, and he blasted away. Boom boom boom. The gods shattered, the dragons shattered, the yakshas shattered, the Gandharvas shattered, the Azuras shattered, the Garudas shattered, the Azuras shattered, the Garudas shattered, the Kinnaras shattered, the Mahoragas shattered. All the 8 tribes shattered. Swish. A colorful long sword flashed by, like a fleeting light, and chopped on Long Aocean's body, and his body instantly shattered into 2 halves. Chapter 387 of Elaine talks about martial ethics. The knife flashed, and the knife cut into 2 pieces. In an instant, Long Aocean was killed on the spot. But at this moment, a broken puppet appeared in the same place, broken into two pieces. 1,000 meters away, Long Aocean's figure appeared, but his expression flashed with disbelief. I lost. I was killed by a knife. My father is an immortal. How could I lose? His mind was fluctuating, and he fell into self-doubt. The colorful knife just now seemed to cut off all life. It was thanks to the substitute puppet left by his father, Li De Taojiang, that he survived. If it weren't for all this, he would have died just now. What is that knife called? Long Aocean asked. The Great Five Element Yin Yang Elemental Magnetic Universe Starlight Extinction Divine Sword. Xuanji said, unfortunately, my comprehension is limited, and I have not comprehended enough. I have only understood some of the essence, so there are flaws and shortcomings in my use. Long Aocean said, you are very powerful, and this is the first time you have defeated me. You wait. When my cultivation level is greatly improved, I will definitely come to ask for advice. As he said that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the distance. Even the four maids around him did not say hello. After a few ups and downs, he was already dozens of miles away. Young Master Hangu and other maids watched this scene and followed closely. In the flash of his figure, he was thousands of miles away. Long Aocean lay on the grass weakly, looking at the sun in the sky. His eyes were absent-minded, and seemed to have lost focus. Could it be that I'm really a waste, saying that I will never be defeated in my life, but I lost at the beginning? Long Aocean pondered, and waves of black air were rising on his face, and waves of murderous intent were boiling, rising, and falling, as if to annihilate everything. At the same time, he was in self-doubt. Was he a waste? His so-called invincibility and talent were just boasts. Young Master, why don't we take action, and kill Xuanji? At this moment, Hangu stepped forward and said, this man is a natural talent. He is the great enemy on the road to success. Why don't we take action now and kill him? There was murderous intent and temptation in his words. Xuanji also said, on the road to enlightenment, the battle between strong men is not only a battle of the same realm, but also a battle of background and backstage. Xuanji is a peerless evildoer. His aptitude can be compared with that of the young master, but his background is a little worse, and he has no backstage. It is better to ask the protector to kill him. That adult is a powerful god-transforming expert. If he takes action, he will definitely kill Xuanji. Baolan said, young master, please take action. This person is too strong. If you don't take action now, you may not be able to strangle him in the future. Shut up. Long Aocean said, if he dies now, I will lose the possibility of defeating him forever. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. Just leave this man. I will use him as a whetstone to sharpen my path and perfect my path. How can he die? As he said, Long Aocean took a deep breath, and the impetuousness, uneasiness, loss, etc. in his heart, all kinds of negative things disappeared clearly. Yes. What if I lose? 30 years later, I will fight back again. With a flash of his figure, Long Aocean disappeared. He was going back to the East China Sea, practicing in seclusion, and fighting Xuanji again in 30 years. Just after Long Aocean left, two figures appeared in the void, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was also stunningly beautiful. Xuanji said, congratulations, you have survived the human calamity. Yes, the human calamity has passed, but it has only provoked a powerful enemy in the future. Xuanji said, with a hint of fear in his words. Sensing the calamity energy on his body, the calamity energy dissipated by 1/3. The human calamity has been survived. On the road of cultivating immortals, if you just want to be free, you will naturally live happily and have fewer enemies. But if you want to become powerful and stand above hundreds of millions of cultivators, you must fight and compete constantly. It doesn't mean that I can become an immortal just because I have the qualifications to become an immortal. I also need the luck in the dark. Xuanji said, on average, it takes 300,000 years to breed an immortal. The heroes are fighting for the top. This is your opportunity and destiny. Of course, you can choose to give up. Giving up is impossible. How can you be afraid in life? Long Aocean, a mere man. Since he lost to me this time, he will lose to me again in the future. Lu Xuanji said, I just didn't expect that Long Aocean would be so particular about martial ethics. I thought that, if he couldn't beat him, he would ask the maid to go. After beating the young one, here comes the old one. Xuanji smiled and said, that's good. If they don't talk about martial ethics, maybe we have to kill the 5 of them, the master and the servant, and then take the opportunity to run away. In this world, many cultivators don't talk about martial ethics. After losing, they immediately get angry and let the old people at home take action to kill the enemy. There are many such operations. At the moment, when Long Aocean was defeated, Lu Xuanji and Xuanji followed quietly, just to see what Long Aocean would choose. If Long Aocean did not follow the moral code of martial arts, the 2 of them would not mind taking the initiative to kill Long Aocean and the 4 maids, and then run away with all the Lu family and the disciples of Xiang Mountain. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. The storm just dissipated. Xiang Mountain returned to peace. Lu Xuanji continued to sense the calamity on his body. There were still 2/3 of the calamity, but it was still dark clouds pressing down on the city. Human calamity, it seems light in the past, but it is my luck, suppressing the calamity and suppressing it to the lowest. Lu Xuanji thought. Recalling the battle with Long Aocean was very powerful, not inferior to the 10-turn golden elixir cultivator. It's a pity that I was unlucky and met him. After all, I was defeated. After the defeat, the rising luck was frustrated. The luck that belongs to Long Aocean has even flowed to him, turning into nutrients for him and strengthening his own luck. The wonder of luck is mysterious and difficult to guess. With the blessing of powerful luck, when a cultivator is outside, he will encounter various adventures, meet noble people to help him, turn danger into safety, and avoid death again and again. Under the interference of luck, the enemy will become brain dead, and the enemy will become martial. In history, why did those villains fail? It was because of martial ethics. Long Aocean, arrogant and domineering, was cruel. He killed countless people and wiped out many families along the way. He was definitely not a good person and could even be said to be a villain. But after beating him, he became polite and extremely particular about martial ethics, which was obviously abnormal. Obviously, under the interference of his luck, even the enemy was subconsciously close to him and even paid attention to martial ethics. Chapter 388 Preparations before the infant. In the cave, Lu Xuanji sat on the bed, reflecting on the battle. Long Aocean, the descendant of an immortal, with the blood of a candle dragon, is a genius among geniuses. This battle seemed to be an easy victory, but in fact, it was the use of most of the trump cards. With the help of this battle, we can measure the level of those top geniuses, their combat effectiveness, etc. Long Aocean's advantage lies in his strong bloodline, rich magic power, top-level magical powers, and sharp killing moves. When fighting, he often pushes the enemy horizontally and defeats the enemy with 3 punches and 2 kicks. This is his advantage. As for the disadvantage, it is that he defeats the enemy with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and has never experienced a hard battle. His combat experience is obviously insufficient. In terms of grasping the timing of the battle and the connection of the killing moves, there are obviously huge flaws. Lu Xuanji pondered. At ordinary times, Long Aocean relies on his bloodline advantage, rich magic power, top-level magical powers, etc., and does not need any combat skills, combat experience, etc., to push the enemy horizontally. This is a huge advantage. But when encountering some top geniuses, it is easy to fall into a tough battle, and the shortcomings of insufficient combat experience will continue to magnify. After a month of meditation, Lu Xuanji sensed that Xuanji was in seclusion again. It seemed that Xuanji was stimulated by Long Aocean, and he was also nervous. He took the time to practice and improve his cultivation. The world has birth and death, and everything has spring and autumn. The world has a prosperous time, when the spiritual energy is rich, the laws are active, and there are many geniuses and strong people. The world also has a time of decline, when the spiritual energy is thin, the laws are off, and there are few geniuses and strong people. The former is called the Golden Age. The latter is called the end of the Law Age. In the end of the Law Age, the cultivation environment is poor, resources are scarce, and the laws are off. the difficulty and cost of cultivation are increased. Many cultivators have worked hard for a lifetime and are only Chindan and Yuanying. But in the Golden Age, with the revival of spiritual energy, the active laws, and the increase of resources generated by the world, geniuses have emerged like mushrooms after rain. It can be said that geniuses are like going to the market, and strong people are everywhere. In the past years, the cultivation environment of the whole world was poor, and it was in the last days of the law. The strongest was only at the peak of the nascent soul. The land of Zhongzhou was known to be full of geniuses, but the ceiling level strongmen were only at the level of the god of incarnation. But in the past 100 years, the spiritual energy has shown a revival, and the number of spiritual medicines and herbs in various places is increasing, and the number of geniuses is increasing. Not to mention other places, just the Lu family has appeared such natural spiritual roots as Yifixu and Lu Zian. As for the Taoist body level geniuses, there are even more. This is just one Lu family. In other areas and other unknown places, there are more geniuses. In particular, the birth of Long Aocean, the son of the immortal who has been sealed for a long time, proves that a new era is coming. The Golden Age is coming. This is a supreme opportunity. But at the same time, countless geniuses gather together. The competition will become extremely fierce. All kinds of battles and frictions will intensify, and both sides will enter the era of bloody battles and the era of fighting. The scale of the battle will continue to increase. This made Xuanji feel more urgent. If he could not improve his cultivation quickly, if he could not become stronger quickly, he might become a supporting role, a minor role, or even cannon fodder. In this urgent atmosphere, Xuanji had no time to get intimate, enjoy the pleasure of men and women, and enjoy the beauty of flowers and moonlight, and he went into seclusion. Not only him, but Yuan, Ningzhu and others were also in seclusion, and seemed to be stimulated by some people. Only Long Xuan was still sitting outside, dealing with some sundries. In the hall, Long Xuan flipped through the account book, which contains the Yang Mountain's income, expenditure, etc. in these years. When Lu Xuanji entered, Long Xuan seemed to notice someone coming in. Just looking at this man, her face blushed. Thinking of the intimacy in the past, thinking of those embarrassing scenes, her face seemed to be on fire. "Meet the master," Long Xuan said. But the next moment, Long Xuan felt her body flying up, like a bird. The next moment, she landed on someone's body, and the two of them pressed tightly together. Then, there was a wet and sweet feeling, as if eating honey. Long Xuan subconsciously closed her eyes, as if only in this way could she hide her embarrassment and shyness. Then, the clothes on her body became less and less, and she wanted to stop something, but she became very powerless. When everything disappeared, they entered an intimate state. The happy days were short and warm. After a long time of joy, the two became serious people again. "Master, do you need anything?" Long Xuan asked with a blush on her face. "Is there a baby forming pill here?" Lu Xuanji asked. Long Xuan said, "Master, your talent is amazing. Do you still need a baby forming pill? It is better to condense the nascent soul by yourself than to use external forces to condense the nascent soul. This master has an amazing talent, and he has condensed the 10 revolutions golden pill. It should not be difficult to condense the nascent soul by himself, so why does he need a baby forming pill?" Lu Xuanji said, "You don't understand. As the saying goes, things will turn to the opposite extreme. Poor aptitude requires external help, but too good aptitude also requires external help. I condensed the 10th turn golden elixir, and the grade of the golden elixir was too high, which doubled the difficulty of breaking the golden elixir and turning into a primordial infant. You need to rely on various external forces to improve the grade of the primordial infant. Not only do you need a primordial infant elixir, you also need a primordial infant elixir and a fortune elixir. The more of these elixirs, the better. Just one or two won't do. You need a lot of them." Long Xuan said, "Master, I understand. Follow me." "Okay." Lu Xuanji nodded. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the secret vault. The secret vault stores some rare spiritual medicines and elixirs. The secret vault was opened, and the two entered. Long Xuan took out the medicine spoon, and began to take out some boxes, taking out 12 boxes in a row. Finally, the secret vault was closed. Open the box and store some 5th grade spiritual medicines from it, including the primordial infant grass, fortune grass, vitality grass, yamu flower, etc., all of which are rare spiritual medicines. These spiritual medicines are of high grade and have a long growth cycle. They need to grow for 10,000 years before they can be used as medicine. Thank you, Xuanji said. There are still some core medicinal materials missing. The infant forming pill is still missing dragon scale fruit and heavenly spirit fruit. The infant transformation pill is still missing 9 spirit grass, sky blue grass, silver marrow grass, and sun ganoderma. As for the creation pill, it is still missing bushan ganoderma, bodhi flower, blood pattern grass, ice spirit flower, etc. Xuanji counted the inventory in the cave heaven pearl and said, I still have some inventory and can make up for some pills. The spiritual medicines that are still missing are mainly dragon scale fruit, 9 spirit grass, sun ganoderma, bodhi flower, etc. Longzuan said, if the master is short of goods, you can go to Chudu to buy them. There are a wide variety of goods there, and many things can be bought. Chapter 389 Return to Chudu. We are going to the capital of Chu. Xuanji frowned slightly. In an instant, he felt a little uneasy. Since the 12th transformation of the golden elixir, he has been sensitive to the changes in the fate and luck in the dark. In his perception, this trip will definitely not be smooth. Under the interference of the calamity, there will inevitably be many twists and turns and many unexpected events. But he had to calculate carefully, but he suppressed his curiosity. Okay. Xuanji nodded and packed up to leave. At this time, King Lian's engine appeared and said, it's best to take Longzuan with you on this trip. Why? Xuanji said, I feel that I will encounter some things on this trip, and it will be inconvenient to bring her with me. King Lian's engine said, I have to suppress Xiang Mountain, and cannot move easily. This time, she happens to accompany me. On the one hand, she can take care of your daily life, and on the other hand, she can follow you to experience it outside. Not only that, Longzuan's identity and bloodline are not simple. Longzuan, is there any other secret? Xuanji asked. True, Lord King Lian said. Back then, I met Longzuan in the slave market in Zhongzhou. At that time, Longzuan was only 7 years old, young, with dragon blood in her body, and looked half human and half dragon. At the beginning, I didn't care too much. I just felt sorry for her, so I took her in as a maid. Later, when I tested her spiritual roots, Longzuan only had 3 spiritual roots of water, gold and wood, and there was nothing special about her. But her cultivation speed was very fast. She was only in her early 30s and had already established her foundation. Her cultivation speed was too fast. I checked her, and the dragon blood in her body was extremely pure, with a grade of pure blood 9, just a little bit away from entering the king grade. I have some guesses about Longzuan's identity. Maybe her parents were considered top dragons, but they were killed, and she was reduced to a slave. The other one is Longzuan, just an ordinary human, but she awakened the blood of her ancestors, and has the tendency to soar into the sky. She can go out with you, and cultivate feelings for each other. Xuanji said, I understand. Be careful. King Lian warned. Xuanji nodded in agreement. Using the secret technique, Xuanji and Longzuan concealed their identities, changed into their usual appearance, and quietly left Xiang Mountain. They did not take the flying boat, which was too high profile. They just drove the flying sword, kept moving at a low speed, disguised themselves as ordinary foundation building cultivators, and headed for Chudu. About half a month later, they finally approached Chudu. Coming to Chu again, Xuanji frowned slightly, feeling that the spiritual energy here was improving, and it was improving steadily. The spiritual energy was recovering, which was not obvious in other places, but Chudu, as the center of Chu, had a significant change, and the speed of spiritual energy recovery was also the first to show signs. After entering Chudu, there was no delay, and went directly to the Jubeo Pavilion. Here, there are many spiritual medicines and elixirs for sale, not only of high grade, but also in large quantities. When he arrived at the store, Xuanji immediately showed a trace of terrifying aura. Soon, the shopkeeper came forward and said, Senior, what do you need to buy? Does the shop have dragon scale fruit, 9 bend spiritual grass, sun mushroom, and body flower? Lu Xuanji asked calmly, while sitting upright on a chair. As for the spiritual tea next to him, he didn't even look at it. In the shop, there are dragon scale fruit and 9 bend spiritual grass, which need to be purchased with high grade spiritual stones. 3 dragon scale fruits require 100 spiritual stones. 5 9 bend spiritual grass require 300 high grade spiritual stones. The shopkeeper said, but there are no sun mushrooms and body flowers. You need to go to other places. Where can I buy sun mushrooms and body flowers? Lu Xuanji asked. We don't have them here. You can go to Duobao Pavilion, Xiandao Pavilion, Jiuding Pavilion and other places to have a look. The shopkeeper said. Thank you. Lu Xuanji said. At this moment, the shopkeeper disappeared and returned with 2 boxes a moment later. Opening the box, there were 3 fruits in one box, about the size of a fist, with scales on the fruits, exactly the dragon scale fruit. Opening another box, there were 5 green grasses on the box, winding and twisting, looking quite strange. Checking the spiritual medicine, the quality of the spiritual medicine was qualified, so he handed over 300 high quality spiritual stones. Daoao, this is a VIP card. Daoao can exchange it frequently. The shopkeeper said. No need. Lu Xuanji smiled and refused directly. Just kidding. VIP cards and the like will have discounts, but they can also locate the cultivators and increase the danger of the cultivators. When you go out, you must pay attention to safety. Benefits are not as important as safety. Daoao, you are still too careful. This is just a random card. It doesn't have many functions, said the shopkeeper. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Xuanji smiled. Goodbye. With that, Lu Xuanji disappeared. The private room became empty again. After a moment, a man in black walked out. That person is cautious, said the man in black. Be careful when you go out. You can live longer. The shopkeeper laughed. I didn't drink the spiritual tea. I didn't even accept the VIP card. I'm really cautious. He's very smart, but he still revealed his flaws. He's only at the peak of the golden core, but he's so extravagant. The man in black laughed. He has at least 1,000 high grade spiritual stones on him. It's worth a shot. Or 1,000 high grade spiritual stones. It's worth a shot. Recently, the head of the family has spent a lot of money to break through to the late nascent soul stage. What the clan leader can't do, we can only do in advance, said the shopkeeper. Jubeo Pavilion has a history of 3,000 years. In its long history, it has been able to continue to this day because of its credit. But now, it has to do so for the high-grade spiritual stones. High-grade spiritual stones are also very beneficial to nascent soul cultivators. It's worth taking a risk. Daoao, go out and keep an eye on it. Don't let the fish run away, said the shopkeeper. Okay, I understand, said the man in black, and disappeared. After leaving the shop, Lu Xuanji went to Duobao Pavilion and bought some Sun Zhi there, but the body flower was out of stock. He went to a nearby top shop and walked around, but he didn't see any body flower. Body flower grows on the 5th grade body tree. If the flowers are used as medicine, they can be used to refine elixirs that improve enlightenment. This also makes the price of body flower not only expensive, but also scarce. Finally, the shopkeeper of Jiuding Pavilion said, Daoao, in a month, Xingchen Pavilion will hold an auction, and body flowers may appear there. Daoao can go and take a look. Thank you, Lu Xuanji said, and left. A month later, the Xingchen Pavilion auction started. Lu Xuanji entered the Xingchen Pavilion and sat in a private room, waiting for the auction to start. Chapter 390 Mysterious Coffin. Xingchen Pavilion. The auction is about to begin. On the first floor, it is mainly the Foundation Building cultivators and Purple Mansion cultivators. They sit on the chairs in the hall, squeezed together. As for the Jinden Zenren, Yuanying Zenjin, etc., they all sit in the private rooms on the second floor. The private rooms are luxurious and elegant, and there are some tea, snacks, etc. In a private room on the second floor, Lu Xuanji and Long Xuan sit here, waiting for the auction to start. According to the booklet shown before the auction, there are about 300 items to be auctioned this time, and there are many kinds of items. The low value ones are suitable for foundation building cultivators, which are only 20,000 to 30,000 spiritual stones, but the high value items, aimed at Yuanying cultivators, are priced at more than 10 million spiritual stones. The booklet shows that the items to be auctioned are not only large in quantity, but also complete in variety. Such auctions are mainly for emergency relief, showing some rare products. With the help of auctions, the prices of some products can be raised to make a fortune. Of course, there are many scenes in the auction where some products are unsellable and finally fail, to sell at a loss, or even suffer great losses. As an auction, the key is to control the rhythm and financial budget. There are not many people in this auction. Long Xuan said, looking at the crowd below, and the monks in the private rooms, frowning slightly and said, there are only more than 1,000 low-level monks in this auction, and there are still 15 private rooms open. Xuanji said, the imperial capital is big, and it is not easy to live here. It is also very involuted here. I hope that body flowers will appear this time. If there are no body flowers in this auction, other spiritual medicines can only be used as a substitute. However, in this case, the efficacy of the elixir will be greatly reduced. After waiting for a while, a female cultivator in red clothes climbed onto the central platform. The red clothes were like fire, with phoenix hair combed on her head, tall and graceful, and the aura of the golden elixir leaked out, suppressing the four directions. The originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The woman in red said, I'm Xiaoling Meng, a cultivator from the Xianling sect. I've been invited today to host this auction. I hope everyone will give me some face and abide by the order here. If anyone makes trouble, I don't mind going up to him and hammering him to death. If I can't do it, my master will. If my master can't do it, cultivators from the Xianling sect will do it. I hope everyone will abide by the rules. The auction begins now. Before the auction begins, let me tell you the rules again. Auctions here don't depend on who you are, but only on how much money you have in your pocket. No one is allowed to use family status or someone's cultivation to threaten customers. This is the first rule. Second, the quality of most products auctioned here is guaranteed. As for those uncertain items, there may be some accidents. Please understand. Third, after the products are auctioned at the auction, we will ensure their safety and customers will not be threatened by anyone. Fourth, some products here may be special. Please understand. Fifth, sixth, Xiaoling Meng spoke. Her words were stiff and her tone was very aggressive. He didn't look like the customer was God at all, but everyone understood. After all, this was Chinden Zenran, and one could expect Chinden Zenran to have a good temper. Being able to host the auction here was a face-saving thing for everyone. The first auction item is a bottle of foundation building pills, a total of 60 pills, with a starting price of 1 million spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 50,000 spirit stones. Xiaoling Meng said, 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000. At this time, no one raised the price. Immediately, a cultivator came forward and handed the pill bottle to the customer, and at the same time, the spirit stones were delivered. The second auction item is a bottle of purple mansion pills, with a total of 5 pills, and the starting price is 1 million spirit stones. Xiaoling Meng said. Someone else spoke up, and the price was rising, and finally fixed at 1.5 million. One by one, the items were put on the stage, including foundation building pills, purple sun pills, purple mansion pills, Taiyi Jingjin, Liguang stone, Jihuang divine jade, Xuanming divine iron, etc. One item after another was sent to the stage and the auction began. Some items were auctioned at high prices, with a serious premium, but some items were unsellable. After calling several times, no one responded. In the end, it was only when someone spoke up that everything was settled. Soon, another item was delivered to the stage. 3 body flowers, the starting price is 50,000 medium grade spirit stones. Low grade spirit stones are not accepted. Of course, if there are high grade spirit stones, there will be discounts. Xiaoling Meng said. Seeing the body flowers appear, Xuanji was also relieved. He immediately said, 60,000 medium grade spirit stones, 70,000 medium grade spirit stones, 80,000. Xuanji said, "This is also my final price. If someone offers a higher price than this, I choose to give up." Hearing the price, the customer also gave up. At the auction, there is rarely a phenomenon of fighting. After all, no one's money is in vain. Even if you want to spend money, you can't spend it here. 80,000 once. 80,000 twice. 80,000 three times. Congratulations, Xiao Lingmeng said, and the deal was done. A maid immediately went to deliver the body flower. She opened the box and checked the body flower. The product was qualified and the quality was qualified. She closed the box and handed over the storage bag. The maid opened the storage bag, counted the spirit stones, confirmed the number and said, "Thank you." After getting the things, Xuanji was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to continue watching. The auction continued, one item after another, and soon a huge stone egg was lifted onto the platform. This stone egg was quite heavy, and when it was placed on the platform, it made a dull sound. This stone egg has been tested, and is a kunpeng egg, with great vitality, Xiao Lingmeng said, and pressed his palm on the stone egg. Suddenly, a great vitality surged, and everyone present felt a sense of depression. In a trance, they saw a prehistoric giant beast rising up. Sometimes it turned into a big fish, swimming in the sea. Sometimes it turned into a big bird, flying in the sky. What a strong vitality. Is this kunpeng? Everyone was talking about it, shocked by kunpeng's strength. This is an ancient kunpeng, Xiao Lingmeng said. I think everyone knows kunpeng. Kunpeng can turn into a fish or a bird. When it turns into a fish, it looks like a continent on the sea. When it turns into a bird, it flaps its wings and can travel 90,000 miles. It is rumored that there are top-level masters who built a palace on Kunpeng's back and traveled through the starry sky. Kunpeng, if he grows up, he will at least be a powerful god. If he is cultivated, he can cultivate a top-level divine beast for the family to protect the family, or he can cultivate a top-level beast pet to assist him in combat. The starting price is 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and each increase in price is not less than 10,000 spirit stones. But the cultivators present were all silent, thinking about the pros and cons, thinking about whether it is worth it or not. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones is also a large sum of money for yuanying cultivators, and they must be used with caution. The egg of the ancient Kunpeng seems to be very ancient, and the outer shell has been petrified. Can this thing still be hatched? It won't be a dead egg. Seeing this scene, Long Xuan frowned slightly and said, even if it is hatched, it will take a long time, and it will eat up a family. Many cultivators don't have enough resources. How can they afford to raise Kunpeng? However, this giant egg is not useless. If it is not hatched, it can be used to refine the vitality of the egg, forge magic weapons, or forge top-level elixirs. Xuanji smiled and said, it's a bit boring. Everyone is not a fool, and no one is a sucker. Long Xuan said, besides, the origin of this Kunpeng egg is unknown, and there may be trouble. Many cultivators were communicating with each other, and no one spoke. The price is too expensive, and it's too tasteless. Seeing the silence, Xiao Lingmeng said, this giant Kunpeng egg was found by Yuanying Senior in an ancient cave. It is of extraordinary value, and cannot be compared with those Kunpengs in the 10,000 mountains. Only because that senior is short of money, he would auction it here. This Kunpeng egg cannot be hatched, but it is the main material for refining some ancient elixirs, or forging magic weapons. The silence continued, and everyone remained silent, and did not speak. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones are too expensive. Many people don't have money. Even if they have money, they don't spend it here recklessly. 100,000. At this time, an old man in the private room spoke. His sword energy soared into the sky, seemingly unremarkable, but he is a rich man. 100,000. A man in a black robe holding a scepter spoke. 100,000. At this time, the voice of a young man came. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in white, with a calm expression, as vast as the starry sky, and a terrifying breath in his breath. At this time, everyone was silent. This young man in white bought this Kunpeng egg. Then, another treasure was sent up. This time, a large gourd as tall as a person contained 1 yuan of heavy water. 1 yuan of heavy water is the main material for refining water magic weapons. A girl said that she spent 3,000 medium grade spirit stones to buy it and no one competed. The auction continued. Then, some natural treasures appeared one after another, such as the 7 sterling Lang jade, which can be used to forge soul thunder magic weapons, the innate blood jade, which can be refined into elixirs to improve the quality of elixirs, the void crystal, which can be used to forge storage bags. In addition, there are the 10,000 years cold iron elite, Tabe Venus stone, 10,000 water soft crystal, 7 treasures lotus, etc. There is also a body of a golden elixir dragon, which was placed on it and began to be sold. All kinds of rare treasures, exotic beasts, spiritual medicines, elixirs, flying swords, magic weapons, spiritual stones, etc. are endless, and it is dizzying to see. It seems that in the previous life, I logged into Pinduoduo and wanted to buy them all, but thinking about the money in my pocket, I gritted my teeth and gave up. At this time, a bronze coffin was put up. On the stage, the female cultivator who presided over the auction said, "My fellow Taoists, this bronze coffin comes from a cave. Many masters have died in order to explore this cave. According to a Yuanying elder, this coffin is an ancient artifact. It's a pity that the elders have tried their best, but still can't open it, nor can they find out what treasures are inside. Perhaps there are top treasures inside, or there may be a fairy lying there, or there may be a top level powerful being. As long as you can refine it successfully, you can get unimaginable opportunities when you open it." The reserve price of this bronze coffin of unknown origin is 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, and the price will increase by 1,000 each time. Interested parties can compete. 10,000 middle grade spirit stones is not a small amount. For something of unknown origin, it is a big price to spend. Many cultivators are hesitant. After waiting for a few breaths, a cold voice came from a box. 13,000. Someone followed up and said, 15,000. In this way, the price slowly rose, and when it reached 20,000, many people withdrew. Obviously, no one wanted to be a sucker, since even the knowledgeable and experienced Yuanying elders could not see the details. They could only throw it out for money. Naturally, there would not be many people willing to take it. Even those who offered, most of them wanted to take it back for a search, and did not expect any big surprises. Mobile insight, destiny deduction. At this moment, Xuanji activated his mobile phone, and destiny deduction began to scan. Insufficient authority, unable to scan. Too high level, unable to scan. Insufficient information, unable to scan. The continuous mountains and rivers could not be scanned, and Xuanji's face changed slightly. 30,000. Xuanji said. 35,000. 40,000. When it reached 40,000, no one argued with him anymore. After all, it was just an unknown object, not a confirmed treasure, and it was not worth spending too much effort. Soon, the coffin was delivered to the private room. Xuanji thought about putting it in the storage bag, but found that he could not put it in at all. "Daoyao, you can put it in the danshan," said the maid. Xuanji nodded, and put it into his danshan. He was just uneasy in his heart, so he subconsciously put it into the danshan pearl. Bang! The bronze coffin made a loud noise, and was placed in the center. An hour later, the auction ended. Everyone left. Xuanji, Longzuan and others also left, and returned to the cave. When he arrived in the cave, Xuanji opened the storage bag, and took out boxes, which contained some spiritual medicines. These spiritual medicines were all of high grade and rare. Taking a deep breath, Xuanji took out the Cheyenne tending, and activated the pure yang true fire to start heating. As the temperature of the flame increased, he began to put some spiritual medicines into it. Soon there was a rustling sound, like firecrackers. Spiritual water was poured into it, and some spiritual medicines were added to it. The flame was roasting. The white flame burned everything, and refined the medicinal materials. The medicinal materials were melting and merging quickly. The runes were flashing and merging quickly. Time was passing. About a day later, with a loud noise, the alchemy furnace was humming. The elixir inside had been refined, and only the last step was left. Bang! Xuanji opened the alchemy furnace, and a strong airflow hit. When everything was gone, there were only 3 infant transformation pills inside. The first time he refined the infant transformation pill, the quality control was insufficient and the materials were wasted. 6 pills were scrapped, and only 3 were qualified. Chapter 391, 24 Treasures, The Sleeping Woman. After counting the pills, the Huang pill was green, and had a strong fragrance. It was only of low quality. The first time to refine the 5th grade pill, the yield was a bit low. Then, the spiritual medicine was put into the Shi intending to continue refining the pill. The Jiang pill, the Zhaohua pill, etc. were also successfully refined one after another. The grade was 5, but the quality was only of low quality. The pill was put into the Bushan pill, to improve the quality of the pill and remove the pill poison inside. Whoosh! With the burning of the pure yang true fire, the white flame burned carefully and penetrated into the pill, removing the impurities inside bit by bit, and a trace of pill poison was refined and disappeared. The grade of the pill was slowly improving and was transforming into a medium grade 1. Time was passing, and about a month later, the pill refining was over. 3 Huang pills, 5 Ningying pills, and 5 Zhaohua pills were all stored in the Yanggao gourd, waiting for the critical moment to be used for breakthrough. The pills were successfully refined, and Ao Chudu's mission this time had been completed. He felt much more relaxed. Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Xuanji urged his breath, and the breath was surging, ready to trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be coming in an instant. Closing his eyes, Lu Xuanji urged the secret technique, and suddenly an illusory river of fate appeared in front of him. The shadow of the past stood on the timeline of the past, eternal and eternal, as if standing in the time and space of the past, eternal and immortal. The shadow of the future stood on the timeline of the future, changing all the time, changing at any time, and the shadow was illusory and uncertain. Is it suitable for me to cross the tribulation now? Lu Xuanji asked. The shadow of the future shook his head, as if to say that it was not suitable. Lu Xuanji continued to ask, what should I do? The shadow of the future seemed to want to say something, but the resistance of time and space came, separating the present and the future, and the information of the future could not be transmitted. It's still a little short. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, then I will prepare more. After thinking for a moment, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. All tribulations are caused by the lack of one's own strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, any tribulation can be broken. It is also necessary to refine a tribulation magic weapon, to cross the tribulation in the dark. Thinking of this, Lu Xuanji opened the storage bag, and took out the 9 mysterious divine iron, Teichuo, Xuanti divine crystal, Jiushan white jade, Bilo divine stone, Xuanwu divine iron, Creation divine crystal, Xianming purple jade, Xianling stone, black rock, Creation divine iron, etc. Many materials came out one after another, and piled up in a corner of the cave. He took a deep breath, and took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron. The pure yang true fire was burning and eating the cauldron. The materials entered it, and kept cleaning the impurities under the burning of the pure yang true fire. It turned into pure liquid, and then began to shape the body, engraving talismans on it. Many talismans gathered together, and turned into a tight array pattern. Many array patterns constantly changed and transformed into prohibitions. Gradually, a gourd appeared. The purple gold gourd contained the universe, which was large and immeasurable. 2 words, Kai and Kun, were engraved on the front of the gourd. Then, more materials entered it, and they were constantly refined. The materials were constantly fused and evolved. The talismans were melted into it, and evolved into perfect talismans. Another spiritual treasure was forged, presenting the appearance of a picture, which was the chaos picture. Then, one magic weapon after another was forged. They were Kyankan Gourd, Chaos Picture, God-Killing Hammer, Optimus Prime Shadowless Sword, Immortal Shield, Dingshan Mirror, Dongshan Eye, Tangshan Bridge, Zanshan Axe, Fengshan Talisman, Xuanshan Ladder, Escape One Picture, Year's Clock, Wonderful Gate, Dongshan Divine Spear, Xuanji Ball, Avoiding Heaven Coffin, Awakening Bell, Chaos Thunder Talisman, and Book of the Earth. If the Bushan Ding, Swallowing Heaven Ding, and Zushan Jaya are added, there are a total of 24 magic weapons. These magic weapons have different functions. Some focus on speed, some focus on attack, Some focus on assistance, some focus on deduction, some focus on control, some focus on healing, and some focus on explosion. They involve all aspects, and are combined with each other to form an all-round magic weapon. Huolala. 24 magic weapons flashed and operated above his head, constantly being born and dying, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Buzz buzz buzz. Afterwards, many magic weapons entered the Kyankan Gourd one after another. The Kyankan Gourd slightly operated and transformed into treasure energy to nourish the magic weapons in the gourd. The idea of using treasures to nourish treasures finally succeeded. With the help of the Kyankan Gourd, Xuanji can consume very little blood and very little mana to warm up a large number of magic weapons, which not only makes the number of magic weapons large, but also high grade and powerful. Many cultivators take the path of breaking all laws with one weapon. They only have a natal flying sword or 2 or 3 natal magic weapons, and they will not forge too many. Too many natal magic weapons will distract the cultivator's energy and slow down the speed of cultivation. After all, in the eyes of many cultivators, magic weapons are external objects. But Xuanji has a different view. In the previous life, humans were able to hunt tigers, lions, elephants, etc., relying on weapons. Good weapons can significantly improve combat effectiveness. There are many differences between having weapons and not having weapons. Especially when the cultivation is insufficient and the realm is insufficient, it is possible to make up for the lack of combat power with the help of weapons. This nascent soul tribulation is extremely dangerous. It is too insecure to rely on only 2 or 3 of the natal treasures in hand. The sense of security will increase only when the number of natal magic treasures increases to 24. As if thinking of something, Xuanji's figure flashed and arrived at the center of the cave bead. Swish. The tree of time was swaying, exuding a sense of clarity. The spiritual energy around was particularly rich. The spiritual energy was constantly precipitating and blending into the soil, increasing the fertility of the soil. With the tree of time as the center, spiritual medicines were planted around. Old medicines were harvested, and new medicines were planted. The old and new medicines were replaced with each other, and the cycle was repeated, which seemed quite orderly and integrated. Lu Yaoling sat under the tree of time, practicing the heavenly wood method. The wood spiritual energy in his body was constantly refined and transformed into mana to circulate in his body. His body became more coordinated, more reasonable and smooth, and operated freely. In terms of breath strength, he was already quite a foundation building cultivator. Father. Lu Yaoling opened his eyes, stood up and said respectfully, Father, I have put away some old medicines, and planted some new medicines. They are all placed in the house. Have you found anything in this bronze coffin? Xuanji said, looking at the bronze coffin under the tree of time. Father, in the world of immortal cultivation, coffins are divided into dead coffins and living coffins. The dead coffin is the coffin, where the cultivator is buried after death. Many cultivators firmly believe in reincarnation. As long as the physical body exists, the physical body is immortal. Even if the soul is scattered, they are willing to revive in the future. There is also a kind of coffin, called the living coffin. Some top cultivators are seriously injured and need to recuperate and sleep. The coffin in front of you is a living coffin. A strong man is sleeping in the coffin. Maybe this strong man has fallen, or maybe that strong man is recovering from his injuries. I don't recommend that father force open this coffin, because if you force open the coffin, it will destroy the internal structure of the coffin, causing the cultivator who is recovering to lose his vitality and there is no possibility of resurrection. Lu Yaoling said. If I force open it, what kind of cultivation do I need? Xuanji asked. At least you need to be a spirit, or even stronger. Lu Yaoling said. The living coffin is divided into 3 layers. The outermost coffin is mainly solid to prevent the monks from destroying it. The second layer of the coffin may be set with some killing arrays, some strange curses, and some ultimate killing secrets. The third layer is where the monk sleeps. Really? Xuanji nodded and activated the destiny ball to make a calculation. The result is that opening the coffin is bad luck, and not opening it is good luck. Is this a normal calculation result, or is the coffin itself interfering with my calculation? Xuanji frowned. Many calculations are inaccurate, because they are easily interfered with, especially when the weak calculate the strong. This interference is intensifying, and they made it use a completely wrong answer. Dangshanai. At this moment, Lu Xuanji seemed to think of something, and directly activated the Dangshanai. This magic weapon, that had just been refined, began to flash light, and its power was activated little by little, looking into the inside of the bronze coffin. But the light of the cave bead was flashing, and a bright light shone into the bronze coffin, and soon the first layer was penetrated. The first layer of the coffin, as Lu Yaoling said, was mainly for protection and quite solid. Then, the second layer was penetrated. The second layer of the coffin turned out to be a cave world, about 10,000 miles in size, with rich spiritual energy and many spiritual herbs, like a real world. Relying on the cave, many killing arrays evolved in it, and it seemed that they could be transformed into a great killing technique in an instant. Then, in the third layer of the coffin, there was a gorgeous palace, in which a beautiful woman with purple skirt and gorgeous clothes, elegant and noble manners, closed her eyes, and was sleeping on a bed of brocade and pearls. So beautiful. Looking at the woman's appearance, Lu Xuanji was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the cave eye shattered. Puff. Lu Xuanji also spit out a mouthful of blood, and was seriously injured. Sitting upright in the same place, practicing the skills, the injury was healed. That woman is so beautiful. Lu Xuanji opened his eyes, and tried to recall the woman's appearance, but he found that he had forgotten it. It seemed that there was a supreme cause and effect in the dark, which distorted everything, changed everything, and made him forget everything. What does she look like? Lu Xuanji thought, and turned on his phone. On his phone, the woman's appearance in the bronze coffin appeared, as well as her stunning appearance. The cause and effect in the dark, forget everything. But these causes and effects became powerless when facing the document storage of the mobile phone, and the relevant information could not be erased at all. When walking out of the cave, Long Xuan, who was guarding the door of the cave, stepped forward and said, "Sir, is the work done?" "It's done," Lu Xuanji said, unconsciously. Another 20 years had passed. When forging the magic weapon, he didn't know how fast time passed, but when he walked out of the cave, he found that 20 years had passed. You are also making rapid progress, and you have already reached the 7th stage of the golden core. Lu Xuanji said, if you can reach the peak of the 8th stage of the golden core, I will give you a chance to enter the 9th stage of the golden core. The 9th stage of the golden core is too far away for me. As long as I can become a Yuanying's engine, I will realize my life ideal. As for the transformation of the spirit, I have never thought about it. Long Xuan said, with no ambition in her words. This is also the idea of most people. Lu Xuanji said, a new era is about to come. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is reviving. The laws of mountains and rivers are becoming active. The difficulty of cultivation is also decreasing, and the difficulty of becoming a Yuanying and a spirit is constantly decreasing. But correspondingly, the internal circulation is also intensifying. If you can't enter the 9th stage of the golden core, in the future, you will be eliminated. Master, I will work hard. Long Xuan nodded. The pills have been refined, and I will leave a transformation pill for you. Lu Xuanji said. Thank you, Master. Long Xuan said excitedly, with a hint of excitement and joy in her eyes. This promise of the Master is very important to her. With her qualifications, the probability of achieving the nascent soul is 5 levels, but if there is a nascent soul pill, the probability can be increased to 8 levels. For cultivators, in order to impact a great realm, they will prepare various elixirs, and try to increase their probability. The more they can, the better. The matter in Chudu is over, and we should leave. Lu Xuanji said. Okay. With that, the two went to the front desk to settle the account, and then left Chudu. Flying on the sword, after walking 4,000 of miles, Lu Xuanji suddenly felt a little uneasy, and subconsciously put the sword Langsuan into the Dangshan Pearl. PS. Pick up its integrity, and try to update it, as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Halfway through the attack, the treasure shows its power. On the way, Lu Xuanji subconsciously put Long Zuan into the Dong Xianzhu. At this moment, his mind sensed and felt the malice of the dark. In the imperial capital, the law and order have always been very good, and the strong are forbidden to fight. There was a strong man who was unwilling to accept it, and was besieged by the 3 major sects. He was killed in a panic. But outside the imperial capital, especially thousands of miles away, there are more interceptions. After all, hard work in farming is not as profitable as robbery. Especially for Chindan cultivators and Yuanian cultivators, they seem to have a higher status, but they are more short of money. Because of the lack of money, they often kill and set fire. As long as the action is neat and clear, there is no need to worry about trouble. Swish. The next moment, the void flashed, and a dagger appeared, silently stabbing at the neck. The speed was fast and fierce. But in an instant, Lu Xuanji drew his sword, the blade light was like snow, and he chopped down. Puff! A flash of light passed by, slashing in the shadow, and the assassin disappeared silently. Whoosh! At this moment, the void was changing. 4 large flags appeared in the void, depicting the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, etc. in their temperament. They stood in the 4 directions, blocking everything, locking all the key, and cutting off the possibility of escape. In the void, there was a 5th grade array master manipulating the array. Dao, you can't escape. The void flashed, and a woman in red appeared. The red clothes were like fire, and her face was like snow. The mixture of red and white looked particularly gorgeous, especially the long sword in her hand, which was as tall as a person, with serrations on it, and the serrations were bloody, and there was a murderous aura around it. Dao, you are still careless. Another man in black appeared, with a burly body, holding a long spear in his hand. The spear was 12 feet long, and the tip of the spear was 3 feet long, like a short sword. 3 Yuaniing intercepted here, a array master blocked the surrounding space, and 2 Yuaniing monks took action to solve everything. Interesting. Who is targeting me? Is it in Jubeo Pavilion, Xingchen Pavilion Auction, or somewhere else? Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, and thought about the source of the enemy. The most likely possibility is that he spent too much money in Shudu, so he was targeted by some people, and wanted to kill the fat sheep. This is the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, there has never been free trade, let alone fair trade. When you see good things, just go and rob them. Giving up robbery and choosing fair trade is often because the enemy is too strong to bite, or there is too little oil and water, so it is not worth robbing. When cultivators buy things, they often don't go to areas that are too far away, because the distance is far and the risk is also increasing. Selling things at a close distance will certainly result in high prices and poor quality of goods, but it is safer. Dao, surrender, said the red-clothed female cultivator. The aura on her body was surging, locking on Lu Xuanji to find the flaws in the dark. Dao, why bother talking nonsense? Lu Xuanji smiled, and at the same time, his magic power was running, and the 24 treasures were running at the same time. The Heaven Devouring Cauldron stores a large amount of mana to support sustained combat. The Heaven Repairing Cauldron stores a large amount of Heaven Repairing Ki to heal injuries to the body. The Awakening Spirit Bell guards the position of the soul to prevent the enemy's soul attack. The cave eye, which had just been broken, has been completely repaired, constantly gaining insight into the enemy's information and transmitting this information to those deduction magic weapons. Based on this information, the Heaven Secret Ball is running, calculating the enemy's Heaven Secret changes. The Chaos Diagram is running, confusing its own key. Its own key is changing, interfering with its own key, like a cloud, and at the same time interfering with the enemy's Heaven Secret perception. The Escape Diagram is running, calculating a ray of hope in the dark, and at the same time cutting off the enemy's ray of hope. The Heaven Avoidance Coffin is running, interfering with the calculations of some top powers. From these deduced information, the God-Killing Hammer, Optimus Prime, War Axe, Shadowless Sword, Cave Heaven Divine Spear, Chaos Thunder Talisman, etc. are running. These killing treasures are running to the extreme, holding back, as if they will launch a fatal blow in the next moment. Among these information, the Immortal Shield, Book of the Earth, Void Sky Armor, etc. are also in operation, as if they are turning into a solid defense to prevent the enemy's counterattack. The Kyankan Gourd, Dingshan Mirror, Fengshan Talisman, and Time Clock are in operation, as if they are trying to interfere and control the enemy. Tangshan Bridge, Xuanji Ladder, Gate of Wonders, etc. are also in operation, turning into terrifying escape techniques to chase and kill the enemy, or choose to run away when they are defeated. The 24 treasures are activated together at the same time, and his mana is being consumed violently, and he is a little overwhelmed. But with the blessing of the 24 magic weapons, he is constantly getting stronger, and he has achieved the ultimate in insight and calculation, sustained combat, healing and blood recovery, attack bursts, self-defense, interference control, escape and pursuit, etc. He can be called a hexagonal warrior. There is no flaw at all. The combat power of the 10th level is forcibly exerted to the 20th level. The red-clothed female cultivator's expression changed slightly, constantly perceiving his flaws, but she couldn't find any flaws at all. Since she couldn't find it, she would take the initiative to attack and make the enemy reveal flaws in the fight. Daoyao, take it. The red-clothed female cultivator activated the sawtooth longsword and slashed at him. The void flickered slightly, constantly changing and cutting, tearing everything apart. Too weak. Activating the 24 treasures, Xuanji seemed to have been blessed with destiny and turned into the son of destiny. He punched out, simple and direct, just like a mortal swinging his fist. But this punch hit the weak point of the sawtooth longsword. Bang! The sawtooth longsword, which was originally indestructible, broke into 2 pieces on the spot. The red-clothed female cultivator was shocked, but she did not retreat but advanced, like a raccoon cat in motion, changing into phantoms around her, attacking closely, and instantly turning into a killer assassin. At this moment, the cultivator also made a move, his spear shaking, like a dragon out of the sea, stabbing at Xuanji's back. At the same time, the 5th grade array master made a move. His aura was surging. The power of the 4 symbols gathered together, constantly collided, and constantly evolved, turning into the 4 elephant divine thunder that blasted down, and the thunder rolled, just locking the direction of retreat. The 3 Yuanying monks made a move, and they cooperated very well at the moment of their move, as if they had experienced many such battles and bloody battles. Obviously, they had done many things such as killing people for treasures, and robbing on the way. In fact, this was also the case. There are no good people in the Yuanying. The monks who can achieve the Yuanying are all cunning, decisive, and ruthless. As for those who are kind and soft-hearted, the saints, they have died on the way. Swish. At this moment, Xuanji flashed his feet and dodged the 3 people's plan in a split second. But the body was making a violent sound. The god-killing hammer made a move. Optimus Prime exploded, and the war axe exploded. The aura of destruction gathered together, chopped and killed the array master. The speed was fast and sharp. Boom boom boom. Chapter 393, the 8th level of Yuanying. With a loud noise, the protective key floating around the body of the formation master was instantly blown up. A golden shield appeared, which was also broken on the spot, and a golden battle armor resisted, but it was still broken. Then, the formation master's body was blown up on the spot. The Yuanying panicked and turned into a beam of light, about to disappear. At this moment, the Gate of Wonders descended from the sky and sealed the Yuanying in it. How is it possible? The red-clothed woman said in horror. The spear monk's expression did not move, but a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The fat sheep just now turned into a fierce tiger at the moment of attack and killed a Yuanying monk on the spot. Run. At this moment, the 2 turned into a stream of light and were about to escape. 4 elephant divine thunder. Xuanji pinched the seal, and suddenly in the thunder and lightning roar, a fist-sized thunderball blasted down, and the formation started to work, preventing the 2 from escaping. Originally, such a formation was set up to prevent the enemy from escaping, but now the formation was controlled by the enemy, and the red-clothed female cultivator and the long-lance monk were in trouble. Let's fight. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the red-clothed female cultivator's eyes, and a 1-foot jade talisman appeared in her hand. The jade talisman turned into a destructive light in an instant, and blasted towards Xuanji. Lu Xuanji immediately had a bad feeling and urged the Tangshan bridge, Xuanjian ladder, etc. to turn into a stream of light and disappear. Boom boom boom. The light of destruction flashed, and suddenly the four symbols formation was torn apart, and the two fled. They fled in different directions. Lu Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he chased after the long lance monk, and swish, the shadowless sword chased after him. Just a few sword lights flashed, and the monk's body protection was broken, and he was about to perish under the shadowless sword. The long lance monk was also a ruthless person. At the critical moment, he activated his secret technique, burning with black flames all over his body. His aura suddenly doubled. As his aura exploded, he broke through the tracking of the shadowless sword, and was about to disappear. But at the moment of escaping, his feet slipped, and there was a slight problem with the operation of his magic power. But a huge pillar fell from the sky, making a buzzing sound. The long lance monk activated his magic power, and the man and the spear became one, and they came. But the huge pillar fell, and the long spear broke, and the monk's body turned into meat paste. The Yuanying flew out, turned into a stream of light, and fled. But in the sky, a 1-foot-long talisman appeared imprinted in the air. The heaven-sealing talisman sealed the Yuanying and took away. Take care of two, there is still one left. Lu Xuanji looked intently, and the red-clothed female cultivator was already 100 miles away, and was about to escape. You can't escape. Just 2 breaths, and they were 100 miles away. The red-clothed female cultivator breathed a sigh of relief, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. This will hit a wall, and it will be troublesome. Her figure flashed, and the next moment she was already 500 miles away. At this moment, in the void, a huge pillar smashed down, a huge axe chopped down, and a huge hammer smashed down. These weapons were fierce and brutal, destructive and overbearing, and seemed to be a symbol of power, as if they were going to annihilate everything. The red-clothed female cultivator felt uneasy, and activated the jade talisman, and suddenly a golden light shield surrounded her body. Bang bang. Many weapons smashed down, exploding and fierce, but it was difficult to shake them at all. The red-clothed female cultivator said, Daoao, spare my life. My father is the supreme elder of Danliang sect, and he is a great cultivator of the 8th level of the nascent soul. But in response to her, there was still a fierce attack. Daoao, you can't break it. This is a life talisman forged by my father. Even a strong man in the late nascent soul stage needs 30 breaths to break it. But my father only needs 4 breaths to come to the rescue, said the red-clothed female cultivator. Boom boom boom. The magic weapon was bombarding, but it was still difficult to break. It's a bit troublesome. As expected, there is a backer, so it's hard to kill. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly. In this world, it's essentially a world of backers. Escape 1 map, Tangshan Bridge. Lu Xuanji's mind moved, and he immediately activated the 2 magic weapons. In a split second, he tore open the shield and killed people. Spare my life, said the red-clothed female cultivator. Puff. In the next moment, the invisible sword fell, and the female cultivator's head fell. The nascent soul turned into a ray of light, and escaped to activate the chaos map to seal it away, but there was a grey aura on the nascent soul, which dodged in a split second, and continued to escape. At this moment, it was less than 300 miles away from Chudu. Once in Chudu, even he couldn't do anything. Swish. The next moment, he activated the sky mirror, and the light shone on the nascent soul of the red-clothed female cultivator, and the nascent soul was stunned. The chaos map fell again, sealing it in it. In one battle, all 3 Yuanying's engine were captured. With the victory, Lu Xuanji was relieved, and only then did he feel a little tired. Continuously activating 24 treasures to fight. Although the combat power is fierce and powerful, the consumption is also huge, and it is difficult to sustain. Just after a short rest, Lu Xuanji felt a little uneasy, and a creepy feeling came over his body, as if he had encountered a devastating natural disaster. Almost in an instant, following his instinct, the 2 treasures, Tangshan Bridge and Xuanjian Ladder, were activated to the extreme, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared 100 miles away. But at this moment, a huge palm fell, and blasted towards the original position, and a large handprint with a radius of 1 mile appeared on the ground. Young man, hand over my daughter quickly. Then a rolling thunder sound swept over, and the terrifying pressure swept over. Xuanji's heart trembled a little. This is a powerful enemy. He can't beat it at all. Without a second thought, he activated the escape light, controlled the Tangshan bridge, Xuanjian ladder, etc., and fled. As for going forward to reason, talking nonsense about this and that, it would only be redundant. Reasoning has always been the pity of the strong and the prayer of the weak. The world of cultivating immortals has never been a world of reason, and no one has the patience to listen to your nonsense. Only when you can beat people with fists will they listen to your reason. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat them, so he could only choose to run away. A moment later, a box of black shadows appeared in the void. The appearance could not be seen clearly, but it could only sense the breath in the distance, and turned into a stream of light to chase and kill. You can't escape. Swish. At this moment, Xuanji urged his speed to the extreme, The Tangshan bridge under his feet was flashing, constantly shuttling through the void, like a black dragon dancing. The Xuanjian ladder flashed behind him, constantly aiming at the space. The destiny ball was spinning, with light and shadow flashing on it. He was calculating the changes in the destiny, but the future was all white, and there was no future. The chaos diagram was spinning, confusing the aura, but he was still locked by the aura behind him, and the pursuit continued. Ask Xuanji for help. Xuanji was panicking, calculating the future. In this destiny line, he returned to Xiang Mountain and asked Xuanji for help, but the formation of Xiang Mountain was blown up. Xuanji was killed, and he was also killed. If he escaped to Xiang Mountain, he would die. At this point, Xuanji could not protect him. He fled in another direction. Chapter 394, Escape and Ascension, Yuanying Pill. Swish. The void was flashing, and Xuanji was escaping. The Tangshan bridge was running, the Xuanjian ladder was running, and the golden light was urging the ground to speed up, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. He originally planned to use the power of Xuanji to resist the strong enemy, but he gave up quickly. Xuanji couldn't resist it. As for going to Danliang sect, it was not appropriate. This cultivator of the 8th level of Yuanying was also a cultivator of Danliang sect. He didn't think that this senior would show mercy to him just because they belonged to the same sect. Is this my fate? Xuanji thought. Recently, I have had too many adventures and obtained many treasures. My cultivation progressed quickly. I'm only over 700 years old, and I'm on the verge of advancing to the nascent soul stage. My cultivation progressed too fast, and destiny will bring disaster to me. This is to use this nascent soul level 8 cultivator to harm me. If I can survive the disaster, my cultivation will be greatly improved. If I can't survive, I will die on the spot in the disaster. The destiny ball is deducing, and the escape 1 diagram is deducing the ray of hope in the dark, and also deducing the changes in fate in the dark. In another fate line, he did not refine the 24 treasures, and his combat power was not as good as it is now, but he could kill 1 and escape 2. The red-clothed female cultivator escaped, and was not killed by him. After escaping, the red-clothed female cultivator did not tell her father, or after her father knew it, he was too lazy to take action, and there was no so-called pursuit. If you are weak, there is no disaster. If you are strong, there is a disaster. In the dark, the changes in disaster are unspeakable. A ray of light flashed behind him, and he kept chasing him. His cultivation of the 8th level of the nascent soul was undoubtedly displayed. White light flashed under his feet, and his speed was increasing. He was constantly accelerating, chasing him. The speed was too fast. Why didn't they interrupt and shorten the distance between them? Junior, if you let my daughter go, I will spare your life. Junior, when I catch up with you, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you. Junior, you are dead. Junior, let's see how long you can hold on. The nascent soul cultivator behind him sneered and chased him. His speed was fast and stable, and he had great endurance. But he was surprised in his heart that this junior could run so fast. He had a great secret on him, and his enthusiasm for chasing him was increasing. In this way, 1 chased and 1 fled, and I didn't know how far they ran. Gradually, they left the state of Chu, and gradually, they went to the sea. The distance was also getting closer and closer. Not only that, Xuanji's mana was running out, and the huge amount of mana stored in the swallowing heaven cauldron was running out little by little, and it seemed that he couldn't hold on for long. Plop. Xuanji turned into a stream of light and entered the sea. When he entered the sea, his aura converged, and he entered the Qishine coffin. Qishine coffin, one of the treasures he refined, can activate his own aura. As if it was not enough, he activated the chaos map, the destiny ball, etc., and they also started to work, and the aura of his whole body disappeared. Above the sea, the aura of the cultivator was flashing, looking at the sea, but frowning. Damn it, I have a fire elemental spiritual root. If I enter the sea, it will be extremely disadvantageous to me. Not only will my combat power be suppressed, but my perception will also decrease. Standing on the sea, Yuan Ming frowned slightly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Not long ago, he sensed his daughter's signal for help and came to the scene 5 breaths later, but his daughter was killed, leaving only the nascent soul sealed, and chasing that junior to the sea. Above the sea, it was extremely disadvantageous to him. At that time, he had 2 spiritual roots, fire and earth, but after entering the Giant stage, he chose a specialized path, abandoned the earth spiritual root, and turned into a pure fire spiritual root. Under this mode, the cultivation speed is extremely fast and the combat power is also strong. But facing the sea and the seabed battle, he is not strong enough. Young man, do you think you can escape like this? Yuan Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He opened a storage bag, and a flying boat appeared. He entered the flying boat. The flying boat was like a sea fish, swimming quickly, following the breath perception, and moving forward continuously. Gurgle gurgle. When entering the sea, Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. He sensed that the cultivator was hesitating, and was obviously afraid of water. But later, he drove the flying boat into the sea to search, but the perception was much worse. Xuanji urged the sky avoiding coffin, and moved quickly many times to dodge. But he could not escape the pursuit. The nascent soul of the red-robed female cultivator Xuanji suddenly thought of something, and activated the chaos diagram. He saw a 1-foot-tall nascent soul sealed inside, which looked like a smaller version of the red-robed female cultivator. Daoyao, what's your name? Xuanji asked. My name is Xuanji. The red-robed female cultivator said. Daoyao, spare my life. If you kill me, we will fight to the death. If you let me go, my father will give up hunting you down. Really? Xuanji said. I think it's better to cut the grass and refine your nascent soul. It will take at least 10 days to refine my nascent soul. Do you have that time? Xuanji said. Really? I don't believe it. Xuanji grabbed the nascent soul and threw it into the heaven swallowing cauldron, urging the pure yang true fire to start burning and refining its nascent soul. Suddenly, a series of screams were heard, but Xuanji frowned slightly. At this moment, Xuanji was operating the nascent soul. A trace of immortal breath flashed in the nascent soul. It constantly resisted the pure yang true fire and the refining of the heaven swallowing cauldron. The refining speed was very slow. It would take at least 5 days and 5 nights to refine the nascent soul. It's troublesome. The nascent soul is a little difficult to refine. Xuanji frowned slightly, and there was a flash of uneasiness in his eyes. Many cultivators have mysterious confidence, and Xuanji is even more so. But only when you practice it yourself can you know the difficulty, and how great it is. In the ancient Taoist books, after a cultivator enters the nascent soul, he not only has a strong cultivation and a long lifespan, but also has a trace of immortality, which is difficult to kill. For a nascent soul cultivator, the nascent soul is the foundation. As long as the nascent soul escapes, he can use the power of the nascent soul to recast the body and revive. As long as the nascent soul is not destroyed, the cultivator is immortal. When a cultivator's body is destroyed, and only the nascent soul is left, the attack power is almost zero, but there is a terrifying escape speed, and there is an immortality attribute in it, which is difficult to kill. There was once a nascent soul cultivator who captured the enemy's nascent soul and spent 3 years refining it before killing the enemy. Xuanji's nascent soul is obviously not as tough and solid as the legend says. It is a relatively fragile nascent soul. It takes 5 days to refine it, but will the enemy give her 5 days? Forget it, you are lucky. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly. If you can't cut the grass and eradicate the roots, you can only abandon it. He waved his hand and put the nascent soul into a bottle and threw it out. Gulp. At the moment of throwing the bottle, Yuan Ming seemed to sense something and searched in the sea. About a quarter of an hour later, he finally found the bottle. He opened the bottle and a nascent soul flew out. The nascent soul was changing and turned into Yuan Xiao's appearance, but the nascent soul seemed much weaker. Father, Yuan Xiao said, crying loudly. But as a nascent soul, there were no tears even after crying. You are safe. Yuan Ming breathed a sigh of relief and shouted. Little moon, do you know you are wrong? I know I'm wrong. Yuan Xiao said, it was because I was blind that I fell into that man's trap. I looked like a fat pig, but in the blink of an eye I turned into a tiger. I was almost refined to death. Thinking of being captured and refined, I was angry. If you hunt geese all day, you will eventually fail. If you kill people all the time, you will also be killed. This is your fate and I don't want to persuade you. Just think about the pros and cons. Yuan Ming said. I will be more careful next time, and I will have a clearer grasp of the intelligence. Yuan Xiao said, we failed this time because of insufficient intelligence, insufficient preparation, and insufficient manpower. Father, if we can capture and kill that cultivator, we can make a small fortune. Father also has a certain amount of money to buy Xiandao pills and impact the 9th level of the nascent soul. Your nascent soul has been severely damaged. You need to go back and recuperate, and if the recovery of your body is delayed for a while, it may damage your origin. Yuan Ming was very rational. We can only let him go now. Do you remember his appearance? Father, his appearance is just a disguise. Even his soul breath is a disguise. I couldn't see through his true face. It's just that this man is only at the peak of the golden core, but he has strong combat power and many magic weapons. He can suppress the three of us with just one move, and his combat power is extremely strong. Yuan Xiao said, describing the process of the battle in detail, gritting his teeth. This person has a strong fighting power. Could he be the descendant of a god, the descendant of royal blood, or a distant monster? With the resurgence of spiritual energy, more and more geniuses are born. The golden age is coming, and there are more and more monsters. Listening to the story, Yuan Ming felt complicated. These peerless monsters, distant monsters, have great potential. Now their cultivation is not as good as his, but they will soon surpass their father in the future. The killing intent in his heart was surging, and he wanted to continue chasing and killing. If he didn't kill this peerless monster, he would feel uneasy. But his heart was uneasy, and his intuition told him that this pursuit would definitely fail. That peerless monster must have escaped. On the one hand, this was in the sea, his cultivation was suppressed, and the geographical location was extremely unfavorable. On the other hand, that peerless monster had a huge luck on him, and under the protection of these lucks, he would be able to turn danger into safety. Peerless monsters will definitely not be easily strangled. Those who can be easily strangled are not peerless monsters. Just retreating like this, but unwilling in the heart. Black hair surged between the eyebrows, and the heart was struggling. Forget it. After struggling for a long time, Yuan Ming sighed and gave up the pursuit. The flying boat was moving forward, rising to the sky and disappearing. He ran away, evacuated. Opening Beidou map, watching the scene of Yuan Ming evacuating, Lu Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing out Yuan Xiao's nascent soul was to distract Yuan Ming's attention. After the physical body was destroyed, only the weak nascent soul was left, and it needed to heal and restore the essence. If time was delayed, it might affect the essence and cause certain troubles for the improvement of cultivation in the future. Sure enough, after throwing out Yuan Xiao's nascent soul, Yuan Ming gave up the pursuit, disappeared in the distance. This person finally left. Fortunately he left. If I continue to chase him, I may have to break into some forbidden areas, the GD. Lu Xuanji said, with a hint of ruthlessness and determination in his eyes. Above the East China Sea, there are some desperate and dangerous places, extremely dangerous, and nascent soul cultivators who enter them are in danger of death. If he is forced to have no way out, he doesn't mind using the last resort and burning everything together. I disguised my appearance and changed my aura. Yuan Xiao doesn't know my identity, so there is no need to worry about bringing danger to the Lu family. with a flashing figure. Xuanji put away the heaven avoiding coffin and moved silently in the sea. After walking for a while, he finally landed on an island. This is a deserted island with a very small area of only 10 square kilometers. There is no fresh water, only broken rocks and tall coconut trees. When he arrived on the island, he activated the spell to open a cave directly on the edge of the cliff and entered it. Whoosh! He took out the Gate of Wonders and saw that a Yuanying was sealed inside. He opened the heaven sealing talisman and also sealed a Yuanying. Yuan Ziyu has a backstage and a powerful father. Xuanji was helpless and could not kill him, but the two guys in front of him had no backstage and no background, so they were just right for killing. Ikwa sent out the heaven swallowing cauldron and threw it into the big cauldron. Have mercy. Let me go. I'm willing to be your servant. I curse you. A lifetime of bad luck and a bad death. Haha, fuck you. The spear monk's nascent soul was thrown into the cauldron and he cursed as he was refining. Xuanji simply blocked the sound and continued to refine. After 3 days, the nascent soul was refined and turned into a green pill. The nascent soul of the 5th grade array master was thrown into it again. The nascent soul of this person was quite tenacious and persisted for 7 days before being refined and turned into a green pill. The nascent soul is the origin, and the pill forged should be called the nascent soul pill. Xuanji sighed, thinking of the records in some classics. After the nascent soul monks took the nascent soul pill, they could increase their cultivation speed. It was just a little disgusting. Eating these pills felt like someone eating people. My state of mind is still a little worse. Xuanji sighed. It's like someone works hard and earns 1,000 taels of silver. Someone robs 1,000 taels of silver on the street. The purchasing power of the silver earned from work and the silver earned from robbery is essentially the same. But because it is robbed, it is not reliable to spend, and there is a sense of guilt. But those capitalists in the previous life, none of them became rich by working hard. Many of them relied on cheating and deceiving to get a lot of money. This is called the capital accumulation stage, the original sin. The rules of the world of immortal cultivation are even more cruel, and killing and robbing are constant, which is a very common thing. Many cultivators made their fortunes by killing and robbing, and finally grew up. There is no one who really relied on farming to become a golden elixir and a primordial infant. I still can't let it go. Taking the primordial infant pill can increase the probability of achieving the primordial infant by 3 levels. But he felt uncomfortable and didn't want to take it. Open the insect raising gourd, throw it into the gourd, and start feeding the gold-eating insect. Chapter 395, Nascent Soul, Chaos Bell reappears. In ancient Taoist books, there are 2 kinds of demons. One is the demon of disgust. Some monks are addicted to many negative emotions such as killing, destruction, death, despair, chaos, etc. They are controlled by negative emotions and lose themselves. Many demon monks are immersed in the blood, brutality, and disorder of the demon path. One is the demon of kindness, which is the demon of the righteous monks. The righteous monks believe in justice all their lives and do things uprightly, but when they do something evil, they will feel uneasy and can't let it go. They feel guilty and gradually give birth to demons. But in fact, who can guarantee that they will not do evil in their lives? If you are immortal at the bottom, born at the bottom, with limited pattern and development, you can still guarantee that you will not do evil in your life. But if you want to stand at the top, you must do evil. Click, click. In the insect raising gourd, the gold-eating insect is gnawing on the Yuanying pill. The immortal aura on his body is increasing, and his cultivation is steadily advancing. After eating the Yuanying pill, he seemed to be drunk. His body was shaking, and he fell on the bed and began to sleep. His digestion ability is really poor. Xuanji was speechless. After putting away the insect raising gourd, Xuanji practiced the skills, and the creation art was running the immortality, absorbing the spiritual energy emitted from the cave beads. These spiritual energy just dissipated and were refined by the golden pill, turning into a trace of mana, flowing through the body, tempering the internal organs, blood vessels, bones, bone marrow, muscles, etc. The body was shining with precious light, crystal clear like jade, emitting a trace of destructive light. The golden pill emitted a brilliant light, like a golden sun, shining in the void. A trace of spiritual energy was melted, and a trace of mana was spit out. In terms of size, the golden pill was like a wash basin, large and immeasurable. It was also thanks to the Danshan, which was between reality and nothingness, like the mustard seed of Mount Sumeru, that the golden pill could be stored. At the same time, the pure Yang Sutra was running, and a trace of pure Yang true fire was wandering around the body, constantly tempering the body, as if tempering a magic weapon. The strength of the body was constantly increasing, improving towards solidity, and moving towards immortality. At the moment of strengthening solidity, it also increased the immunity to mana, and various spell attacks on the body had a certain weakening effect. With the operation of the technique, the pure Yang in the body was increasing, and the blood was like a furnace, melting the spirit. The potential of the body was improving, and the upper limit of the qualification was improving. The pure Yang Sutra not only improves the physique of the cultivator, but also improves the upper limit of the cultivator's potential. The pure Yang Taoist body is one of the top Taoist bodies, but it still has many shortcomings and defects. But with the operation of the pure Yang Sutra, the pure Yang Taoist body is slowly growing and transforming imperceptibly. In the future, it may be comparable to the top Taoist body, or even the immortal body. The Yin and Yang Sutra is running again, and the Yin and Yang Qi are flowing, making the body more harmonious and perfect. But with the operation of the technique, Xuanji also frowned slightly. Whether it is physique, magic power, spirit strength, etc., the improvement is slower and slower, and it is constantly being polished. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. It's time to overcome the tribulation. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and sensed the tribulation energy on his body. The tribulation energy became more intense. At this moment, he can trigger the tribulation, and prove the nascent soul. Break the pill. Xuanji activated his magic power, and the golden pill was running violently. The demon god bred in the golden pill was buzzing, emitting a trace of destructive breath. Crack, crack. With a violent sound, cracks appeared on the golden pill, like a broken eggshell. As the magic power was running, the cracks on the golden pill were increasing. Breaking the pill is the first step to forming a nascent soul. It's like a chick breaking through an eggshell and walking into the world. In this process, if the force of the activation is too great, the golden pill will be completely broken, which will also cause the cultivator to die. But if the force of breaking is too small, the golden pill will not be able to breed a nascent soul. This step is difficult for most golden pill cultivators. Among the 30 Chindan cultivators, only one could successfully take this step. As the Chindan was running, the cracks on the Chindan were increasing. After running for more than 10 rounds, the Chindan completely broke apart with a crisp sound. Then, the illusory shadow was about to walk out of the void. A trace of myth, immortality, and eternal breath was flashing, as if it was about to walk out of the void. At this moment, the Chindan felt hungry, as if the vitality was insufficient to break the Chindan. Xuanji took out 3 infant-forming pills and swallowed them. The medicinal power melted quickly, and a huge amount of energy entered the Chindan. The hunger of the Chindan was slightly relieved, but it was still hungry. He took out 3 infant transforming pills and swallowed them, but the Chindan was still hungry. Finally, he took 3 fortune pills, but he was still hungry. All the pills were taken, and the spiritual liquid was also swallowed, but the hunger of the Chindan still existed. Woo woo woo. The spiritual energy within 100 miles surged and turned into a terrifying vortex, which was absorbed into Xuanji's body, but the hunger still existed, and it became even hungrier. Xuanji took out 1 high-quality spiritual stone after another, and ate 2,000 spiritual stones. The spiritual stones were shattered and turned into rich spiritual energy to be absorbed by the golden elixir, but the golden elixir was only half full. He took out a top quality spiritual stone. When he ate this spiritual stone, a huge spiritual energy was emitted. Not only did it have many magic numbers, but it was also of high grade. The golden elixir absorbed the spiritual energy and felt full. Crack, crack. At this moment, the golden elixir was slowly shattered, and a majestic demon god walked out of the void. This demon god had a burly and tall body, with dragon horns on his head and a face similar to his. There was time flowing on his body, and he had an eternal and immortal aura. It seemed that after billions of years, he was still eternal and immortal. The sun and the moon decayed, but I was immortal, and the heaven and earth were destroyed but not destroyed. The moment this demon god started, it was a bit illusory, but gradually it became real. The second step, the infant condensation, was completed. Boom boom boom. At this moment, thunder clouds rolled in the sky, and the calamity clouds of destruction were surging. The scope of the calamity clouds was constantly expanding, towering in the void and constantly condensing energy, and the air was oppressive. The monsters around sensed something and disappeared. In less than an instant, there was no monster within 100 miles. Xuanji stood in the void with a flash of solemnity in his expression. The power of the calamity cloud was much greater than he had imagined. The third step, the heavenly calamity, is coming. As long as he survives the heavenly calamity, he will be the Yuanying's engine. Boom boom boom. The void is condensing, and the 5-color heavenly calamity is condensing, evolving into Zhengjin Shenlei, Yamu Shenlei, Wuta Shenlei, Kishu Shenlei, Liho Shenlei, etc., turning into 5-color light falling from the sky, bombarding and killing. The thunder sound rolled, exterminating everything and tearing everything apart. Xuanji took a deep breath and took the initiative to induce the 5-element of divine thunder into his body. Thunder and lightning were flashing, constantly washing his body, not washing his body properly. Boom boom boom. Waves of thunderballs came one after another, continuously sweeping in. After 3 hours of bombardment, the 5-element divine thunder dissipated. The second heavenly tribulation condensed and turned into black and white. The yin and yang key circulated and turned into the 2-element divine thunder to bombard. The 2-element divine thunder, under the condensation of the heavenly tribulation, was more powerful and continuous, like rain. Within a radius of 10 feet, black and white were the mainstream, annihilating everything. Boom boom boom. The 2-element divine thunder bombarded down, and Xuanji urged the 7-color divine sword to refine the divine thunder. Under the bombardment of the 2-element divine thunder, the power was equivalent to that of the cultivators who had become nascent souls. After 3 hours, the 2-element divine thunder dissipated. Whoosh. Xuanji urged the creation art, yin and yang transformation, pure yang sutra, etc., constantly absorbing spiritual energy and constantly transforming it into mana to make up for his own consumption. However, the continuous battles also consumed as much as 2 layers of mana. Nascent soul thunder tribulation is a bit scary. Xuanji frowned slightly, thinking of the past giant and thunder tribulation. The giant and thunder tribulation was indeed fierce, but each tribulation lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before dissipating. But the nascent soul thunder tribulation not only increased in attack power, but also increased the duration of each realm to 1 hour or several hours. As the time of the thunder tribulation increased, the mana consumption of the cultivators during the tribulation also increased. If one's own foundation is not strong enough and the mana is not sufficient, one may die from the mana exhaustion under the attack of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is to select the cultivators. Those cultivators who are not strong enough, have insufficient comprehension, potential, and talent will be eliminated one after another. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the third tribulation came. The thunderball rolled, and the thunderball carried the power of destruction and the power of void destruction. Swish. Xuanji urged the 7-colored divine sword to blast out. The void was exploding, and a trace of destructive thunderballs swept in. The body was injured for the first time. The Bushianding was in operation, and Bushian Ki flew out to repair his injuries. His injuries were healing little by little. The 4th calamity descended, and the black thunderball blasted down, as if to freeze everything. The North Sea mysterious thunder. The 5th calamity descended, and the sky fire, sky thunder, nightmare wind, etc. mixed together, blasted down. The sky fire burned the magic power, the sky thunder destroyed the body, and the nightmare wind blew the soul. With 3 prongs, the destruction lasted for an hour. Zora was getting heavier, and his injuries were getting worse. There was a trace of regret in his heart. After reaching the golden core, he was busy improving his cultivation, and his control of the magical skills was relatively backward, lacking some powerful defensive magical powers. At this moment, facing the heavenly calamity, he could only rely on his physical body to resist, and his injuries were getting worse. The 6th calamity descended, the 7th calamity descended, the 8th calamity descended, and the 9th calamity descended. The duration of the heavenly calamity was getting longer, and it was all heavenly calamity for a whole day and night. Xuanji was like an indefatigable god of war, fighting in the heavenly calamity, and fighting against the heavenly calamity. Even though he was a golden elixir with 12 turns, and a powerful mana of 5000 jazi, he could recover his mana while fighting, but the remaining mana was only 1000 jazi. The heavenly tribulation is finally over. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the heavenly tribulation condensed again, and the 10th tribulation descended. In the heavenly tribulation, a strong will was revived, and a large bell appeared in the void, with the sun, moon, and stars on it, and 3 words engraved in the middle, Chaos Bell. Buzz buzz buzz. Under this tribulation, under the induction of heaven and man in the dark, a projection of the Chaos Bell descended here, carrying the breath of judgment and end. It seems that when the bell rings, the catastrophe of heaven and earth will come, and all things will go to extinction and return to the abyss. As soon as the Chaos Bell appeared, its breath locked onto Xuanji, and his body stiffened immediately. Interesting. The Chaos Bell is also a supreme magic weapon in the fairy world. Even if it is just a phantom in front of you, it has great power. Looking at the phantom of the Chaos Bell, Xuanji felt a sense of fate. It seemed that all this was expected. Send you to death. In the heavenly tribulation, the sound of the Chaos Bell sounded as if it was making a judgment, the final rotation. Chiller. This ancient artifact, spanning endless years, rode the wind and waves, flew up in the heavenly tribulation, locked his breath, and hit him. In an instant, Xuanji felt that the future was dark. Originally, there were countless destiny lines in the future, countless possibilities, countless changes, and countless hopes. But now all the destiny lines in the future have been cut off, and the vitality has completely disappeared. There is no future. Under this collision, he will die. No one in heaven or on earth can save him. Oh no, this is the heavenly tribulation. There is no future in my calculations. Am I going to die? Xuanji said uneasily. It's a pity that the heavenly tribulation still missed some things. A ray of life. 24 treasures. Hit. At this moment, Xuanji activated the 24 treasures, connected their ki and energy together, turned into a hole, and hit him. At this moment, all the magic power of 1000 jazi was activated and infused into the magic weapon. Buzz buzz buzz. The 24 magic weapons entered the frenzy, turning into a terrifying flow, and crashed into the Chaos Bell. Boom boom boom. The light of destruction annihilated everything, seemingly eternal, and seemingly in an instant. When everything dissipated, Xuanji was covered in blood, exhausted, and seemed to be dying at any time, but his eyes were bright and his aura was as majestic as a mountain. The 24 magic weapons were broken one after another, and seemed to be on the verge of breaking. But after all, they withstood the Chaos Bell's fatal blow. After the blow, the projection of the Chaos Bell dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Wait for me. Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, when I ascend to the immortal world and challenge the supreme power, I must ascend to the immortal world and smash the Chaos Bell. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the 24 treasures were stored in the dungeon, and the blood and magic power were urged to repair them. After the shocking collision, the 24 treasures were almost broken, but in the collision with the shadow of the Chaos Bell, the magic weapons were also transformed, and seemed to have sublimated. The magic weapon is also going through the tribulation. After going through the tribulation, the grade of the 24 treasures is slowly improving, gradually transforming into a 5th grade spiritual treasure. Xuanji activated the secret technique to repair the injuries on his body while absorbing spiritual energy to restore his magic power. His body was tense, guarding against enemies in the dark. The human tribulation is coming. TSK. He actually survived the nascent soul tribulation. It's amazing. After surviving the tribulation, he is probably dying, but it's a bargain for us. Take advantage of his illness. To kill him, a burst of divine thoughts flashed, and a trace of destructive aura came from the void. At this moment, powerful auras appeared all around, completely surrounding Xuanji, and were about to drop a destructive killing move in an instant. Chapter 396. Human Tribulation. Jade Dragon King's killing intent. The heavenly tribulation is over, and the human tribulation is coming soon. Xuanji's figure flashed, looking at the enemies around him with a calm expression. The heavenly tribulation cleans out the cultivators with poor qualifications, poor comprehension, and poor strength. The life tribulation cleans out the cultivators with bad luck and bad fate. The human tribulation cleans out the cultivators with bad popularity. After the heavenly tribulation, there will definitely be a human tribulation. This is the change of the way of heaven in the dark. Many cultivators want to hunt down his seriously injured Yuan. The flesh, blood, soul, etc. of a Yuan's engine are all excellent materials, which can be used to refine elixirs and sacrifice magic weapons. Those cultivators want to take advantage of the opportunity, and I also want to supplement. Lu Xuanji's face was also pale, but he was ambitious and the killing intent in his heart was boiling. Boy, you are already at the end of your strength, just accept your fate. The first big man appeared, with a burly body, sneered repeatedly, looking at Lu Xuanji with greed and a hint of caution. The prey in front of him was indeed weak, but no one knew what trump card he had. Lu Xuanji looked at the big man, and saw that he was a cultivator of the third level of the nascent soul. He had a strong aura and a tortoise shell behind him. Endless waves were surging in the air, and an endless ocean appeared above his head. Xuanming, you want to take this boy for yourself, but you can't. At this moment, another old woman appeared. She was wearing brown clothes, leaning on a cane, and her face was old, but her eyes were triangular. She smiled sharply and said, boy, you are seriously injured now, and you are just trying to support yourself. As long as you kneel down, and be my dog, and marry into my sea fish clan, I will spare your life. Other murderous intentions were also locked, and they seemed to be ready to attack at any time. At this moment, a white light flashed, and a long knife appeared from the darkness, slashing towards Lu Xuanji's neck. The speed was fast and hidden, and it arrived almost in an instant. Kill. Lu Xuanji's left hand was changing, and he instantly grabbed the snow white long knife. The long knife was shaking, and it slipped out of his hand in an instant, constantly changing and slashing towards his arm. Too slow, Lu Xuanji said indifferently, and with his footsteps flashing, he threw a punch in an instant, and the void was shaking. A black figure walked out of the invisible state, and was about to struggle to escape, but the space around him was blocked, and he could not escape. Boom boom boom. A punch blasted down, like a broken watermelon. The head of the black-clothed monk shattered, and then the body shattered, and the Yuan was about to escape, but it was sucked into the Xuanji and sealed in the big ding. Bang bang. The Yuan was colliding and attacking the Xuanji, but it was difficult to break it open. Lu Xuanji turned around, looked at the burly man, and said, it's your turn. The next moment, his footsteps flashed, and his arm appeared behind him in an instant, and he punched out, and the protective aura on the burly man was broken layer by layer. At the critical moment, the burly man activated the magic weapon. Suddenly, the tortoise shell blocked in front, making a dull sound. But the tortoise shell withstood the huge force, and it made a sound like a war drum. Stop. At this moment, a sword flashed, and the destructive sword energy tore through, and stabbed at Lu Xuanji's back. When he made the move, he was like a peerless swordsman, and the sword was so powerful, that no ghost or god could stay. But a moment later, the sword stabbed on the grey shield, making a crisp sound. At this moment, a pillar appeared in Lu Xuanji's hand. He danced with the pillar, making a buzzing sound, and smashed the pillar down. The tortoise shell shattered. The burly man's body turned into meat paste, and the Yuan flew out and fled. Lu Xuanji was about to activate the Bushinding to seal it, but found that the big tripod was damaged, and could not seal the opponent at all. It was still a little short. Swish. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman made a move. The sword flashed, stabbed at Lu Xuanji's eyes, and the long sword changed, unpredictable. Lu Xuanji blasted out with both hands. His fists were sharp, and the sword energy that attacked was defeated. Too weak. Lu Xuanji said murderously, take the knife. On his palm, the yin and yang energies were flowing, the five elements were rotating, the force of the Yuan magnetic force was surging, the power of the stars was condensing, and the power of extinction was gathering, turning into a 9-color divine way to kill. Swish. With flashing steps, Lu Xuanji stepped forward and slashed down with a knife, as if the ancient demon god had descended and evolved into a terrifying destruction. The white-clothed sword cultivator's expression changed, and he activated the secret technique to dodge, but the distance did not increase, but instead decreased. He activated the sword to counterattack, but his body was shaking, as if he was instinctively afraid. The gap in strength is so big. I'm a genius of the Dragon Clan, and I have been advanced to the nascent soul for 500 years. But he just achieved the nascent soul and was injured, but he easily suppressed me. Feeling the threat to his life, the Dragon Clan genius activated the secret technique to counterattack. But it was useless. The sword in his hand was smashed to pieces, and then his body was chopped into pieces. The nascent soul turned into a panic and fled. But the next moment, he was pinched in someone's palm. He was put into the chaos map and suppressed. The people who were watching around were frightened and retreated when they saw this scene, with a trace of fear in their eyes. In the fierce battle, 2 nascent soul cultivators have been suppressed and 1 escaped, with a miserable ending. Young man, put them down. At this moment, a Dragon Clan strongman took action and suppressed everything in his move. So powerful, but I'm not afraid. 9-color divine sword, cut. Facing the terrifying killing move, Xuanji's expression did not change, and the energy in his body was agitated. The 9-color long sword chopped out and tore to one side. Clan Clan. The one who attacked was an old man of the Dragon Clan, standing there. There was a terrifying storm in the void, and the will of destruction annihilated everything. The attack was powerful. The old man had nothing in his hands, no magic weapons or secret techniques, but a pair of iron fists beat him back step by step. The long sword slashed, but it was difficult to do anything to the enemy. While beating, the old man of the Dragon Clan said coldly, "Young man, hand over there to Yuan Yuanying. You can't leave today. As long as you are willing to worship me as your master, I swear to protect your safety. Between life and death, it depends on how you choose." At this moment, the Yuanying cultivators on the periphery were talking and watching this battle. It was like watching a monkey show. This era is really full of geniuses. A mere junior has such fighting power. It's simply terrifying and terrible. We are old. So what if he is a genius? Aren't there many geniuses who have died in these years? Not a few at all. Another veteran Yuanying said with a somewhat disdainful tone, "In my youth, most of the cultivators with better qualifications than me have fallen, and only I'm alive. He can get out alive, then we can talk about other things." This Zenjin, wearing a jade robe and a jade crown, is peerless, elegant and noble, graceful and upright. Another Yuanying appeared and sneered, "Boy, you can't escape." The other Yuanyings did not speak, but the terrifying aura locked on them, as if they were ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Boom boom boom. The long sword blasted and killed, and Xuanji's mana was intensively consumed. Originally, he was injured after the tribulation, but the continuous fighting made his injuries worse. At this moment, there were more than a dozen Yuanyings staring at him from the outside, blocking the direction of his escape, turning into a net to cut off all his life. This is the circle. When he was in the Purple Mansion realm, the cultivators around him were all foundation building cultivators. For Purple Mansion cultivators, it was rarer to see a Giandan cultivator than to see a meteor shower, but after becoming a Giandan, there were Giandan cultivators all around, as if they were cabbages. Similarly, when he was in the Giandan realm, it was very difficult to see a Yuanying cultivator, but as soon as he entered the Yuanying realm, the rare Yuanying cultivators appeared one after another, as if they were going to be everywhere. The circle determines the pattern and the social circle. Swish. The next moment, Xuanji activated the secret technique to escape. The phantoms in the void were changing, and it was really difficult to distinguish them. They fled in different directions. Kill. At this moment, the Yuanying cultivators surrounding him attacked one after another, and the phantoms were shattered one after another, and the clones were shattered one after another. Youngster, come and die. At this moment, a Yuanying cultivator came with a palm strike. Xuanji took a step forward and punched out. He was about to activate the Ant King's divine form, but his mana was almost exhausted, and he couldn't use it at all. Battle Heaven Axe, kill it. A huge axe appeared on Xuanji's palm and chopped down. The Yuanying's engine waved his hand to resist. Bang bang. Like forging iron, the Zenjin's palm had no wounds at all, but Xuanji's body shook and entered the encirclement again. Forget it. Fight. At this moment, Xuanji coughed and felt a little powerless. Human power is limited. He activated the pure yang order, and a terrifying aura was revived. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared behind Xuanji. The body was tall and upright, emitting a terrifying aura. It was just a phantom, but at the moment of appearance, time stopped, space stopped, and everything stopped. In an instant, this illusory shadow became the center of eternity. This illusory shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, had a trace of destructive aura in it. Descendant, I don't know who you are, but I will lend you a little magic power to suppress the heroes. The illusory figure spoke, and the next moment, this shadow collapsed and turned into a pure yang magic power that was infused into his body. Originally, Xuanji was injured in the heavenly tribulation, and the continuous fierce battles were worse. But under the infusion of this pure yang magic power, his injuries were completely healed in the blink of an eye. As his injuries healed, Xuanji's ki was rising like a blood river, and the first, second, and third levels of the nascent soul continued to climb upwards, rising to the 9th level of the nascent soul. Is this the peak of the nascent soul? As his cultivation level increased significantly, Xuanji's mind was expanding, as if he could blow up a planet with one punch. But he knew that all this was an illusion. The peak of the nascent soul could not blow up a planet at all, not even the god of incarnation. This power comes from the pure yang order, not his own power. It can only last for one stick of incense before disappearing. At the same time, a piece of information from the pure yang order entered his mind. This is the killing technique of the pure yang lineage, the pure yang Wuji fist. This set of boxing techniques only has 3 moves, but each one is fatal. Pure yang destruction. Xuanji took a step forward, his body twisting, and brazenly stepped forward to throw a fatal punch, like a pure yang sun rising up and crashing into a big world, trying to destroy the ki in an instant. Boom boom boom. The Yuanying's engine who was blocking in front of him had his body destroyed. His Yuanying was burned and turned into nothingness on the spot. The immortal attribute of the Yuanying was like paper in front of the pure yang destruction. Kill. The killing intent in Xuanji's eyes surged, and he punched out again, destroying everything and destroying all laws. 2 more Yuanying monks were killed on the spot. The battlefield reversed in an instant. Just when Xuanji wanted to kill all the Yuanyings present, a breath of destruction came from the void, and a palm slapped down, like the 5-finger mountain suppressing it. Suddenly, Xuanji felt creepy, as if he had met a natural enemy, as if he had met an unmatched opponent. He used his magic power to fight back, but the magic power on his body melted like ice and snow. The gap was too big. At this moment, the pure yang order was running, and a tall figure rose up and appeared behind him, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, standing on the sea, lonely and indifferent. It was the pure yang Taoist. The pure yang Taoist pointed a finger and killed on that palm. The irresistible palm was pierced in an instant. Tick, tick. A trace of blood flowed out. Swish. The next moment, a force of void displacement was added to the body, and then Xuanji disappeared. The void flickered, and after just 3 breaths, a dragon man appeared in the void. He was wearing a golden robe and a crown on his head. His aura was like the sea and the abyss, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Greetings to the Jade Dragon King. The Yuanying cultivators present all bowed to him. It was because the great cultivator in front of them was the dragon god transformation. You all can disperse. The Jade Dragon King said in a cold tone, as if he didn't want to say a word more. Many Yuanying cultivators wanted to ask, but they endured it and turned around and disappeared. Interesting. At this moment, a drop of blood appeared in the hand of the Jade Dragon King. It was the blood left by Xuanji in the fierce battle. Fighting in a big battle will inevitably cause injuries, and injuries will bleed. With the help of this drop of blood, he deduced a lot of information. The descendants of the Chunayang lineage, the Chunayang Taoist. According to legend, the Chunayang Taoist and Maidang He lineage have a deep friendship, but in the past hundreds of thousands of years, people have left, and he has been cold. How much affection can there be? Moreover, this Chunayang descendant killed Maidang He demon cultivators. He should be killed. Jade Dragon King said, with a trace of greed in his eyes. This junior has inherited the Chunayang lineage, with many magic weapons and treasures. He is a living treasure. Killing and arson gold belt. People don't get rich without windfall, and horses don't get fat without windfall. If you want to achieve something, you must honestly abide by various rules, and be an honest person. There is no hope at all. Killing and arson, robbing treasures, this is the future. If you can catch him, you will make a fortune. The secret technique activated, deduced the direction of Xuanji, and flashed to track him. Chapter 397, the god of transformation is pursuing, Gixu Forbidden Land. Swish. The void was flickering, the space was shifting, and in just a moment, it was unknown how far it was teleported. When Xuanji opened his eyes, he saw a blue ocean in front of him, on a small island. He opened the 100 maps to locate himself, but found that he had teleported to an unfamiliar sea area. It was about 3 million kilometers away from the East China Sea. Teleporting 3 million kilometers, what a fast speed! Xuanji exclaimed. At this moment, the light of the Chunhyang token was flashing pure white light. After a while, an illusory figure flew out of the token. It was the Chunhyang Taoist. But at this moment, this figure no longer had a majestic aura, but was much weaker, as if it would dissipate at any time. The Chunhyang Taoist said, "I'm sorry." "Taoist, what do you mean?" Xuanji asked, feeling bad. Taoist Chunhyang said, "Back then, when I ascended to the fairyland, I left behind the Chunhyang order. The Chunhyang order has my 3 ultimate killing moves on it, which can protect your safety. Not only that, with the help of the Chunhyang order, I can mobilize my connections in the Zifu realm, and both Jiandao and other cultivators will give me face. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that the Chunhyang order is my aiming point in the lower world. With the help of the token, a trace of soul can be sent down, and a trace of mana can be transmitted. Although a huge price is paid, and the loss is quite large in this process, it can save your life at a critical moment. It's a pity that I encountered an accident in the fairyland and fell. This token is just a token, and I can no longer borrow mana from the original in the fairyland. Not only that, how many connections this token can mobilize depends on your luck. Those reliable cultivators in the past may become unreliable. You have to be careful." As he spoke, the body of Taoist Chunhyang became illusory and completely dissipated. Xuanji held the token and activated the pure yang token. He only felt that the power inside had completely dissipated, as if it had turned into an ordinary token. Time is the biggest enemy. Under the ravages of time, immortals may also fall. As for the token left by the immortals, the energy contained in it has also dissipated for the most part. In the pure yang token, 3 great magical powers are sealed, namely, 1 thought of heaven and earth, finger breaking the sky, and void shifting. These 3 magical powers were left by the pure yang Taoist before he ascended. If they were activated at the peak moment, 1 thought of heaven and earth, and finger breaking the heaven and earth, could kill ordinary Hideo strongmen. But after a long time, the energy loss in the pure yang token was huge. Not to mention killing Hideo strongman, it was impossible to kill a Huishan. Of course, the energy loss in the pure yang token was actually a small problem. The biggest danger was that the pure yang Taoist had fallen. This meant that the backing in the immortal world had collapsed. As for the pure yang Taoist, his connections in the lower world and all kinds of friends would disappear. If the Taoist Master Chunhyang were alive, many cultivators in the lower world would be willing to buy his face. If the Taoist Master Chunhyang died, many of his former friends would change color, and not kicking him when he was down would be considered a moral integrity. Now the only hope is that the news from the immortal world is delayed, and it may be hundreds or even thousands of years before it reaches the lower world. By then, he will have grown up. Not good. At this moment, Xuanji frowned slightly. The chaos map was warning, the destiny ball was warning, and the escape map was warning. It seemed that a great danger was about to come, and it seemed that death would come in an instant. Opening the 100 maps map, he immediately saw a green light flashing at a very fast speed, constantly approaching. Xuanji was horrified and kept zooming in on the map, and the image was getting bigger. I saw a cultivator on the sea rushing on the road at a very fast speed. Almost in an instant he was 300 miles away, and just a few takeoffs and landings he was 1,000 miles away, constantly approaching his location. This cultivator looked young, with skin as white as jade, and a heroic aura. There were 2 white jade dragon horns on his head, and a terrifying aura all over his body. As his footsteps flashed, waves appeared in the void. The aura was somewhat familiar. It was the cultivator who tried to capture him, but was severely injured in the palm by the pure Yang Taoist, finger breaking the universe. It's a big trouble. A powerful god transforming cultivator appeared in the dragon clan, and came to kill me. It's unethical. Xuanji cursed. He was so angry that the dragon clan had no martial ethics. The strong men of the East China Sea lineage took action. Shouldn't they beat the small ones? And then the big ones came, and then the old ones came, just like the good baby saving his grandfather, one wave after another, constantly giving away heads and constantly letting him kill. Finally, did those top bosses take action? But why did they have such unethical behavior, and directly sent a god transforming cultivator to hunt him down? He was only a cultivator at the first level of the nascent soul. Sending out a spiritual transformation cultivator to hunt down a Yuanying level 1 cultivator was too much of a concession to him. It was like using a dragon slaying sword to kill a chicken. As for a cross-level battle, it was simply impossible. Crash. At this moment, the mana transmitted by the pure Yang order dissipated, and Xuanji's cultivation level continued to decline, falling back to the Yuanying level. He felt tired and wanted to lie down to rest. But he couldn't rest. If he lay down now, the spiritual transformation strongman would chase him in 10 minutes at most. Why don't I take out the Dragon Clan's marriage certificate? After all, I'm the son-in-law of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Xuanji smiled bitterly and immediately gave up such an idea. What a joke. Never bet on the enemy's credibility, because many times you can't afford the cost of failure. The only way now is to enter the Gixu Forbidden Land. Xuanji's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and his figure flashed, heading towards a certain area 100,000 miles away. In the Purple Mansion realm, there are some special areas, which are said to be ancient battlefields, with great dangers and death. At this moment, a dangerous area is displayed on the 100 maps map. This area is displayed in blood red, representing taboos and death. But without any hesitation, Xuanji rushed there. The worst result of breaking into the restricted area is death on the spot, but if you fall into the hands of the dragon god, you will be tortured by pulling out your tendons and peeling your skin, lighting oil lamps on your soul, and various tortures will continue. That is worse than death. The void is flickering, and the Jade Dragon King is using this drop of blood to calculate Xuanji's information, and the distance is getting closer and closer. But a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Is he going to enter the Gixu Forbidden Land? Swish. The footsteps are flickering, the speed is accelerating, and soon a human cultivator is seen. The speed is very fast, and he is running for his life. The Jade Dragon King's footsteps are flickering, and he is about to step forward to capture him, but the next moment he sees the human cultivator, turning into a beam of light and darkness, and crashing into the outer formation of the Gixu Forbidden Land. Bang bang. The formation was in operation, and the terrifying strangling force tore through everything and annihilated everything. It was like crashing into a whirlpool in the sea, and it seemed to be strangled in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. The formation outside the Gixu Forbidden Land started to operate, rippling waves and ripples, as if it sensed Xuanji's approach, and automatically operated to strangle him. This wave of ripples spread out, vaguely like a landslide and tsunami, like 1,000 horses galloping, like a surging wave. Even the Jade Dragon King felt a little frightened. Qianlong Dharma image, Qianlong Dali, break it for me. Seeing this scene, the Jade Dragon King activated the Dharma image, and his body was constantly changing, turning into a 100-meter high Qianlong Dharma image, as if made of white jade, with huge dragon claws tearing and breaking through the formation barrier of the Gixu Forbidden Land, and fiercely grabbing Xuanji, trying to capture him before Xuanji entered the Forbidden Land. But as the Jade Dragon King activated the Dharma image, and collided with the formation outside, the power of the formation in the Gixu Forbidden Land was activated. Boom. Boom. The formation of the Gixu restricted area changed again, and the 5 colored rays of light burst out, turning into a destructive force and rushing over, colliding with the Jade Dragon King's Dharma. In just a moment, the dragon claw began to collapse. Swish. Then, the 5-colored rays of light came back and fiercely wrapped around the Jade Dragon King, and the destructive formation swept down. It was about to kill him. The Gixu restricted area, the Gixu annihilation divine light, it's really powerful. The 9 transformations of the true dragon. At this moment, the Jade Dragon King felt a strong sense of danger. The huge Cheyenne Lang Dharma changed one after another, constantly changing its form to resist the Gixu annihilation divine light. As his body shape changed, after a few flashes, he avoided the destructive force of the formation. The next moment, he appeared 10 miles away. What a pity. The Jade Dragon King sighed slightly. It's not difficult to avoid the Gixu annihilation divine light. But if you force your way into the Gixu restricted area, you will definitely die. After taking out that drop of blood, he wanted to calculate the information of the cultivator, but it was blank. At the moment of extreme deduction, blood exploded. Puff. Jade Dragon King vomited blood from his mouth and suffered a little backlash, consuming 100 years of life. What a pity. Jade Dragon King was a little reluctant, but just thinking of the mystery of Gixu Forbidden Zone, he gave up directly. Gixu Forbidden Zone, a supreme forbidden area above the East China Sea. There are great dangers. Once, a divine transformation cultivator was dissatisfied and broken, and never came out, and then there was a refining void strongman who broke in, and did not appear. With a sigh, Jade Dragon King disappeared. At this time, Xuanji had been hit by the Gixu divine light, and was about to be destroyed, and turned into nothingness. The pure Yang broken sword appeared and blocked in front, and the pure Yang divine light wrapped him. Ding ding dang dang. It was like a small boat was shaking, and was swept by a huge wave. Boom boom boom. The formation of the Gixu Forbidden Zone was running, turning into a destructive light to kill. The pure Yang broken sword was shaking, and the light on it became dimmer and dimmer. Just when the light completely dissipated, puff, the world in front of him changed, and Xuanji appeared in a huge palace. The palace was extremely vast and huge, with pillars carved with huabiro, towering up and magnificent. The most suitable palace was extremely desolate, with ancient traces everywhere, abandoned steps, broken weapons, and weathered bones on the ground. There were so many bones here that they would break into bone powder with just a slight touch. Weapons would break with a slight touch. There were countless monks who broke into this restricted area and then were trapped inside, unable to escape, and died. Looking at these bones, Xuanji seemed to see his future self, and he might also become one of them in the future. The bones of a giant and monk are hard, and they will not decay, even if they are buried underground for thousands of years. But here, more than 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and even 100,000 years have passed. Xuanji frowned slightly, feeling the abnormality here. Time flows very fast here. He activated his cell phone, and the fate deduction continued. He soon deduced that the time on this road was different from the time outside. The speed here is extremely fast. 1 day outside is 1 year here. The lifespan of a giant and cultivator is 1,000 years, but after entering here, it seems that only more than 3 years have passed for the cultivators outside, but they have died of old age here. Those cultivators may have come here decades ago, but under the terrifying time acceleration here, they have exhausted their lifespans and died in just a few years. Such a fast time is almost fatal to cultivators. Swish. The next moment, Xuanji activated the magic weapon, and Long Xuan appeared immediately. Master, where is this? Long Xuan asked. It takes 360 years to practice here, but only 1 year outside. This is an unparalleled holy place for practice. Long Xuan said happily. This place is not suitable for cultivation. Cultivation requires spiritual energy and various natural treasures, but the spiritual energy here is exhausted and almost zero. It is not suitable for cultivation at all. Xuanji said. Besides, cultivators also need to inhale and exhale spiritual energy to make up for their own losses, but there is a lack of spiritual energy here, and cultivators may starve to death. Speaking of starvation, Xuanji smiled bitterly. Mortals may starve to death, but cultivators will not. Because cultivators can inhale and exhale spiritual energy, and the gods will not die by eating air. But now, there is not even the most basic spiritual energy. No, I have spiritual veins and spiritual medicines here, which can support for a while. It's just that the spiritual trees here are difficult to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, and cannot produce spiritual energy. We have to save a little. Xuanji frowned slightly. In the cave bead, the 8th grade tree of years can continuously produce spiritual energy, but the premise is to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, the light of the stars, and convert the energy in the void into spiritual energy. But in this ghost place, without the light of the sun and the moon, the 8th grade tree of years will also starve to death. Xuanji wanted to spread it out, but he couldn't find a way back. Those rays of destructive light were hidden by the void formation. Outside the palace, there was a chaos, and the aura was powerful and terrifying. It was easy to enter the Gixu Forbidden Land, but it was difficult to leave. Every year, many cultivators broke into the Gixu Forbidden area, but none of them could leave. I became a Yuanying, and my lifespan is 2000 years, but if we calculate the time outside, my lifespan will be exhausted in 6 years at most. Xuanji laughed. My lord, there is always a way out, we may not die here. Long Xuan said excitedly, look carefully here, maybe you can find some treasures. That's right. Xuanji nodded. The two strolled in the hall, which was extremely large, about 10 square kilometers. They stepped on various bones, making crackling sounds, looking for various valuable things. There were all kinds of corpses here, including demon cultivators, dragon cultivators, Taoist cultivators, and other alien cultivators, all kinds of people, as can be seen from their rotten clothes. These clothes were all at the level of spiritual treasures, with solid materials and extremely high grades. But here, after years of decay, everything has decayed. Deep in the palace, there are 3 gates, which are closed. It seems mysterious and unknowable. Master, here is a dragon clan technique called 8 Heavenly Dragon Scriptures. At this moment, Long Xuan rummaged on the ground and found a golden book. Opening the book, it recorded a dragon clan technique. Chapter 398 Long Xuan's Secret. Long Xuan was pleasantly surprised and flipped through the golden book. In the book, there was a record of the supreme technique, 8 heavenly dragon techniques, which described the dragon race's cultivation method, blood purification, and some supreme magical powers, ultimate killing secrets, supreme killing moves, etc. For Long Xuan, who had dragon blood, it was extremely beneficial. Xuanji also flipped through it, and this technique also had a lot of reference significance for him. He searched everywhere again, and found some techniques, but in terms of grade, they were not as good as the 8 heavenly dragon techniques. After flipping through the 8 heavenly dragon techniques, Long Xuan was surprised, but then turned to helplessness. This technique requires some special resources to practice, but there are no special resources here, and it is impossible to practice. Suppressing the impetuousness in her heart, Long Xuan began to comprehend the technique. Xuanji also went to the side, refined the spiritual energy in the cave bead, and began to practice. After entering the nascent soul, he first dealt with the heavenly tribulation, then faced the siege of the monsters in the East China Sea, and the pursuit of the powerful gods, and there was almost no time to sort out the harvest. At this moment, I just took advantage of my leisure time to comprehend the secrets of the nascent soul and the changes in my realm. The golden elixir condenses the foundation of the great Dao. The nascent soul is to gradually embark on the path of evolution. Different cultivators will transform into different nascent souls. The nascent soul condensed by the sword cultivator is in the shape of a sword. The nascent soul of the magic cultivator is the supreme demon god. The nascent soul condensed by the immortal cultivator is the supreme immortal. The nascent soul condensed by the array cultivator is the array disc. The cultivators have different skills and personalities, and the nascent souls condensed are also different. Xuanji's nascent soul has yin and yang attributes, pure yang secrets, the birth and death of the 5 element, the innate 5 te, and the way to the end. Many attributes are integrated together to become a majestic demon god. At the same time, the golden light of escaping the ground, the 9 changes of the fish and dragon, the 9-color divine sword, etc., are all transformed into the innate magical powers and melted into the nascent soul. At this moment, the use of these magical powers is not only fast, but also has strong explosive power and consumes less mana. At this moment, activating the nascent soul can even pry open the laws of heaven and earth, enter the cycle of reincarnation, and start the second life. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is 2000 years. Many cultivators will enter the cycle of reincarnation when their lifespan is exhausted and reincarnate as a fetus to start the second life. In the second life, they enter the mother's womb and are born later. They will soon recover the memory of the previous life. Relying on the memory of the previous life, it only takes a short time to recover to the nascent soul realm again. Therefore, the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator seems to be 2000 years. With the help of reincarnation, they can live another life and take elixirs to prolong their lifespan, and they can live for 5000 years. However, there is a great danger in living a second life and practicing again. If there is no strong person to protect the way, and if they are sniped by a strong enemy, they may be killed at a weak moment, and their body and way will disappear. It's a pity that the forbidden area isolates everything. If I die here, even if I really die, I will have no power to pry open the law and live a second life. Xuanji sighed slightly. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, he began to sort out his magic power and magical powers. In the process of tempering the magic power becomes more and more agile and more powerful. In his spare time, he walked in the hall, observed the towering pillars, and observed some closed stone doors. The carvings, textures, pictures, etc. here have their own style, and the moments of comprehension have different experiences. Watching the passage of time, he comprehended the changes of time. Watching the piles of bones, he comprehended the impermanence of life and death. Watching the magnificent hall, he comprehended the power of the monks. In his spare time, Xuanji and Xuan were together, and wonderful things happened. In the lonely hall, killing time, let the boring life have a little more interest. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. But Xuanji knew that only 10 days had passed outside. After the party, Xuan tidied herself up, put on a blue dress, and combed her hair into a delicate bun. Her face was slightly rosy, and she said, "My husband, I feel lonely. I miss Xiang Mountain, those sword servants, and the young lady. I miss them too, but we can't get out." Xuanji laughed. "In the past 10 years, I have also thought of ways to get out, but it's useless. Are we going to die here?" Xuan said. "It's very likely." Xuanji said, as if he sensed that Xuan was a little depressed, and he couldn't help but change the subject. "Xuan, who are your parents? The level of dragon blood in you is quite high, and it's only a little bit away from the royal blood." Xuan said, "I don't know either. My earliest memory is, when I was 8 years old, I was imprisoned in a cage and sold as a slave, until the young lady came to the cage and took me away directly. As for the memories before the age of 8, I can't remember them at all." "Don't you have a secret technique to recall the memories of the past?" Xuanji asked. "I have thought about it. Of course I have thought about it, but it's useless to think about it." Xuan said, "The young lady used a secret technique to restore my memory, but it failed. My memory seems to have been directly erased by a supreme being. Later, I didn't want to think about it anymore. Over the years, the young lady treated me very well, and we were like sisters. Later, I was with my husband, enjoying the love between men and women, and I didn't think about anything else. Thinking about the past, there are more troubles, but more pain." Speaking of this, Xuan smiled, looking very free and easy. The young lady said that her bloodline level is very high, and she may be a princess of the dragon clan with a high status. But Xuan thought about it, and didn't care too much. "Can I check it for you? It may be good for you," Xuanji said. "Thank you, husband." Xuan nodded. As he spoke, Xuanji urged his magic power, and began to enter Xuan's body. Xuan is half dragon and half human, with a strong dragon bloodline and physique. The dragon bloodline makes her physique extremely strong, not inferior to the golden elixir body cultivator, and her lifespan reaches 1500 years, 500 years longer than the ordinary human golden elixir. She also inherits the innate comprehension of the human race, and her comprehension of magic is very fast. Then a trace of divine consciousness entered into it, insight into her soul, but did not find any tricks. Everything is normal, but the memory before the age of 8 is blank. Everything seems normal, but this is the most abnormal. It is normal to urge the escape map, the destiny ball, the chaos map, etc. to deduce. But it is precisely because it is normal that there are too many abnormalities. Mobile phone, destiny deduction. At this moment, Xuanji's divine consciousness was flashing, insight and collecting the breath on Xuan's soul, and deducing. A terrifying scene appeared on the mobile phone. On Xuan's soul, there were one after another terrifying talismans, sealed on her soul, blocking the origin of the soul. Each talisman has a terrifying aura. The talisman carries a terrifying energy, and the aura is so powerful that it is frightening. If the talisman explodes, the destructive power can instantly kill the dragon god. There are 21 talismans like this, which are sealed on Xuan's soul like iron chains, suppressing the potential of the soul. Xuanji was about to continue to penetrate its secrets, but his soul felt tired and had to give up. He opened his eyes and saw Xuan's worried eyes. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Xuan asked. "Look at yourself." As he said, he handed over the mirror. Looking in the mirror, Zij's face was dull and his skin was yellow, like a consumptive ghost. It was like he had experienced a serious illness. Not only that, his origin was deficient, his blood and ki were deficient, and his soul was deficient. Why did I become like this? Xuanji was also stunned. Xuan said, "My husband's soul was stagnant not long ago, and he seemed to be in enlightenment. It lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, before he woke up. 7 days and 7 nights, but I feel like I only had 3 breaths." Xuanji said, "My husband, what happened to you?" Xuan asked curiously. "Xuan, there is a big secret on you, and this secret is a bit scary," Xuanji said, talking about the scene he observed, and the terrifying talismans and seals on her soul. Xuan was a little unbelievable and said, "My husband, there is a terrifying seal on my soul, but why don't I know it? If you don't reach the realm, you can't even see it, and you can't sense it." Xuanji sighed and said, "I did sense it, but you saw how much I paid. Moreover, I can't break the seal for the time being. Maybe I still can't break it, even after I reach the state of transformation." From the dragon's transformation that was chasing him, it can be deduced that his combat power after entering the state of transformation, but he still can't break the seal. He could guess the strength of the gods, but he couldn't guess the strength of the seals. "Husband, don't think about it," Xuan said. At this moment, a sigh came. Although the exclamation was not loud, it was clearly conveyed to Xuanji's ears, and Xuan also heard it. Interesting, it turned out to be 2 desperate mandarin ducks. At this moment, a voice came, a terrifying voice came, with a hint of destruction. Suddenly, Xuanji felt a wave of oppression, and asked, "What is your name, senior?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Gixu Taoist returns to Chu. In the hall, Xuanji searched for a long time, but found nothing but bones and broken magic weapons. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. In the moment of surprise, he calmly asked Senior, "What is your name?" "Haha, you ask who I am?" The voice asked. "The world does not know my name, Gixu. I'm called Gixu Taoist. I was also a giant who dominated the area in the past, and I was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. As for this restricted area, it was specially set up to seal me. I have been suppressed in this restricted area for 1,000,000 years, or even longer. The formation outside the Gixu restricted area is just a warning to prevent cultivators from entering this place by mistake. This hall is engraved with immortal formation patterns, and there is also a supreme immortal weapon, Gate of 3 Lives, suppressing it above. I have been suppressed here like this, and I have been sleeping for most of the years, only waking up occasionally. During these long years, some young cultivators entered here and died of exhaustion of their lifespans. It is sad and regrettable. As for you breaking the shackles, entering the 12th transformation of the golden elixir, forging the supreme foundation, even if you compete for the immortal road, there is still a glimmer of hope for the only place to become an immortal. Unfortunately, you are unlucky and enter the Gixu Forbidden Land. There are no resources here, no treasures, and no spiritual energy needed for cultivation. Time passes quickly here, and finally you sit and die. It's a pity, lamentable, and sad. It seems that he has not spoken for a long time. When the Taoist Gixu spoke, his voice was a little hoarse, and he spoke incoherently. Gradually, he recovered a little bit of normality. Senior, is this door in front of you the immortal weapon, Gate of Three Lives? Xuanji asked. Over the years, he wanted to go out all the time, and kept getting familiar with everything in the hall. He was very familiar with this place. In the depths of the hall, there are 3 huge stone doors. The stone doors are closed, and there is a terrifying aura brewing on them. There is great terror and great danger. But he didn't expect that these 3 stone doors are the famous immortal weapons. Immortal weapons. This is the first time he has encountered immortal weapons. You also have the aura of an immortal weapon. For example, that broken sword is an immortal weapon. It just broke during the battle, and its grade dropped. Gixu Taoist said, with a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Xuanji felt the broken Pure Yang sword fly out and fall directly to the ground. Sizzle. The broken sword fell to the ground, but it made a crisp sound. Senior, this Pure Yang sword was once an immortal weapon, Xuanji said with a little surprise. That's natural. Taoist Gixu said, my perception of the aura of immortal weapons is correct. Generally speaking, mortal cultivators cannot forge immortal weapons. Only cultivators who have passed through the 9 layers of the immortal world and are about to ascend can forge immortal weapons. To ascend to the immortal world, you cannot carry magic weapons or cultivators, so you can only ascend naked. Many cultivators leave their life magic weapons in the lower world before ascending. On the one hand, it is to take care of the sects in the lower world, and on the other hand, it is to set up aiming points and lock the coordinates of the lower world. In my era, many cultivators with pure Yang Taoist bodies were born, but no one ascended to the immortal world. It can be seen that among the younger generation, a peerless genius was born, who ascended to the immortal world with the pure Yang Taoist body as the foundation. The pure Yang broken sword in your hand was once an immortal weapon, but now it is broken, and its functions are damaged. It is almost impossible to repair it. This person did not know Taoist Chunayang, and it seemed to be an even more ancient peerless power. Senior, who is suppressing you here? Xuanji asked. Taoist Gixu said, back then, I fought with the Lord of Time for the only chance to become an immortal, but I was slightly defeated, and was suppressed here by the 3 Lives Gate. Lord of Time. I've never heard of it. Xuanji frowned. Haha, it's okay that the world doesn't know my name, but even the Lord of Time doesn't know it. Back then, the extraterritorial demons attacked, and the people of the Purple Mansion realm were devastated. The Lord of Time suppressed and killed many extraterritorial demons, but you didn't even know it. Taoist Gixu laughed, as if mocking the world's forgetfulness. Xuanji asked, I was born in a Zifu family. Now, I have achieved the nascent soul stage, and I'm also the strongest person in the family. I have a shallow foundation and naturally do not know some ancient secrets. Let's not talk about it. The past is gone with the wind. Gixu Taoist said, the difference between the 9th and 12th golden elixir in combat power is not big, but the difference is in luck. One has insufficient luck, like a dragon trapped in a shallow shoal, the other has strong luck, and soars to the sky. Back then, I also had the hope of ascending to the fairyland, but I missed it. It's a pity that I have to die of old age here. Xuanji sighed slightly. I will accumulate some strength to tear apart the Gixu Forbidden Land and help you escape. Gixu Taoist said, just don't forget this favor. Xuanji said happily, thank you senior. Time passed, and another 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the hall, Xuanji circulated his magic power, which changed into 2 groups, one for yin and the other for yin and yang. The yin and yang he was circulating, turning into a dragon, a tiger, a python, a black tortoise, etc., and constantly evolving. In the past, he used his magic power to fight, but it was too rough, resulting in serious waste of magic power. But after these years of tempering, the efficiency of magic power utilization is improving. Now, with 10 Jayasi of magic power, He can burst out the combat power of 15 Jayasi in the past. Here, I don't know the years. When I encounter problems in cultivation, I immediately go to find Gixu Taoist. Gixu Taoist is also happy to respond. What is yin and yang? Yin and yang are all things, and all things can be interpreted by yin and yang. What is the unity of heaven and man? Heaven and man are united. 2 sympathize, mutually confirm each other. Heaven and earth borrow the law, the sun and the moon move, and the wind and fire flow. Just like that, one question and one answer. Many times, Gixu Taoist was asking, and Lu Xuanji was answering, and then pointed out the key points in his cultivation, and pointed out the changes in each realm. Many of the answers were answered by Lu Xuanji suddenly. 10 years of hard work is not as good as 1 day of guidance. The Lu family is just a purple mansion family with a shallow family background. Jinzi was born in the Jin family. At the peak of the Jin family, a powerful person of the transformation of the spirit was born, but that was it. When asking Jinzi, he could still talk about the knowledge of the nascent soul, but he was confused when talking about the knowledge of the transformation of the spirit. As for the 3 major realms of refining the void, combining the way, and crossing the tribulation, he didn't know a lot of knowledge, the pitfalls in cultivation, the characteristics of each realm, and so on. He was either vague or false. But when he asked this big man, he gave an accurate answer. The precautions of the nascent soul, the secrets of the transformation of the spirit, the changes of refining the void, the dangers of combining the way, the mystery of crossing the tribulation, etc., were all said. At this moment, his eyes were opened. His cultivation did not improve, but his knowledge was constantly rising. In the past 10 years, his understanding of the secrets of magical powers and the techniques has also risen to a higher level. It is true that having a good teacher to guide him is of great benefit. He has been constantly making up for various basics, and making up for the disadvantages of practicing too fast in the early stage. The foundation is solid. At this moment, he is no longer confused about the future path, and has a clear understanding. This adventure is quite rare. All the obscure places that I thought were obscure before are now understood one by one. It's almost time, and we should say goodbye. Gixu Taoist said. Senior Lu Xuanji showed a trace of joy. The seal of the Gixu restricted area makes it easy to get in, but difficult to get out. I pity you for having a hard time practicing, so I can tear the seal here, and let you escape. Gixu Taoist said, but how are you going to repay me? Lu Xuanji smiled and said, I'm penniless. I have no treasures or money, but I don't know what you need. Gixu Taoist said, you are as weak as an ant now. But you have condensed the golden elixir 12 times, which means you have supreme fortune and destiny. I'm willing to save your life. As a price, when you become powerful, you will tear the seal here and rescue me. Okay. Lu Xuanji said. Don't brag. Gixu Taoist said, if you tear open the seal here, you will definitely offend the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time was very powerful back then. After ascending to the fairyland these years, he must be even more powerful. If you unlock the seal here, you will offend the Lord of Time, and will encounter disasters in the future. Haha. That's also a matter for the future. As for ascending to the fairyland, I'm sorry I didn't think that far. For me, ascending to the fairyland is too far away. Becoming a god is a successful person. Lu Xuanji laughed, but his words were indescribably open-minded. Haha, it's good that you have no ambitions. Gixu Taoist said, wait for me, tear the formation apart. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the hall was shaking, like an earthquake, and a destructive force surged. The next moment, the Sanshengman followed and stretched out a palm. A stroke in the void. Suddenly, the Gixu restricted area tore open in the void, and a big hole appeared. Go. Gixu Taoist said. Yes. The next moment, Lu Xuanji turned into a stream of light, and entered the crack. The void was changing, and the next moment, Lu Xuanji appeared above the sea. Behind him, there was a huge void crack. The next moment, the cracks closed together. Breathing the air, the smell of the sea breeze here, the familiar world, back to the East China Sea again. I wanted to look behind me, but I couldn't find the Gixu restricted area. The Gixu restricted area disappeared. I opened the Beitu map and investigated the location of the Gixu restricted area, but I couldn't find any trace of it. The Gixu restricted area seemed to have disappeared completely. The Lord of Time is a bit scary. He set the Gixu restricted area in the turbulent void, and it is always moving. It's a bit difficult to find the Gixu restricted area. Xuanji frowned slightly and determined his position. This place is far away from the state of Chu. Fortunately, there is Beidou map to locate it. About a year later, I finally returned to the state of Chu. Back to Xiang Mountain, looking at the familiar peaks and familiar people. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a figure flashed. It was Xuanji. You're back, and you've entered the nascent soul stage. Xuanji asked, somewhat happy. Finally, I've entered the nascent soul stage. Xuanji said, recalling the process of overcoming the tribulation, being hunted down, entering the Gixu restricted area, and almost dying of old age in it. His mind was in turmoil. He activated the Dangshan Pearl, and Long Xuan also appeared. Miss Long Xuan said, I'm glad you're safe. Xuanji said. When they arrived at the cave, Long Xuan left. Xuanji and Xuanji were close, snuggling together, talking about their experiences over the years. Xuanji, don't be afraid of anything. Xuanji comforted him. Chu, Wu, and you are all human territory. The East Sea lineage doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. Chapter 400 The Great Elder's Plan. In the cave, the two of them snuggled together. Speaking of the Lord of Time and the Taoist Gixu, Xuanji shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it either. Under time, too many geniuses and strong men have been drowned in the years. Xuanji sighed slightly. Xuanji said, if I rescue the Taoist Gixu, I will definitely offend the Lord of Time and the fairy world, and there will definitely be big trouble. But can I go back on my word? Xuanji smiled bitterly and said, I swore an oath with the great oath of reincarnation, and I can't go back on my word at all. The price of going back on my word is too high, and I can't go back on my word at all. As for rescuing the Taoist Gixu, at least the cultivation of Hedao is required, or even the cultivation of Duji. Only then will I be qualified to save people. The realm of Hedao is too far away from me. Becoming an immortal is too far away from me. Besides, if I didn't agree at that time, I might be trapped to death in the forbidden land of Gixu. The Taoist Gixu asked him to sign a reincarnation contract, and when his cultivation reached the peak, he would break the seal and come to rescue him. Can he refuse? No. Taoist Gixu was sealed there, but if a little energy leaked out, it would not be a big problem to kill him. Even if Taoist Gixu did not take action, he would be trapped there and die of his lifespan. As for future troubles, that would be a matter for the future. In his opinion, as long as it was not a matter of urgency, it was a small matter. As far as I know, if you don't become an immortal, your lifespan is limited after all. The human race is a short-lived species, and your lifespan is only tens of thousands of years. Xuanji said, Taoist Gixu, how did you survive millions of years without falling? Xuanji said, Taoist Gixu may use some secret techniques to reduce the loss of lifespan. The strong people who have reached that realm are not something we can speculate at all. Xuanji said again, Xuanji, you have also entered the nascent soul stage. Let's become Taoist partners? Okay. Xuanji nodded and stepped forward to shake her hand. In this way, the two became Taoist partners and gathered nearby friends to celebrate. At the same time, the news that Xuanji entered the nascent soul stage was also spread in the state of Chu. First, Daniyang sect sent gifts, followed by Shinling sect, Kaotian sect, etc., and they celebrated with great fanfare. The happiest family was the Lu family. With Xuanji entering the nascent soul stage, the Lu family also became a nascent soul family. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is 2000 years. If they can live another life with reincarnation, they can protect the Lu family for 4000 years. The Lu family cheered and celebrated enthusiastically. Haha, Xuanji, you have entered the nascent soul stage. We should celebrate with great fanfare, said the elder, with a ruddy face and an excited look. Great elder, that's not necessary. It's just a yuanying. Xuanji said, I saw a lot of cultivators this time. A yuanying is not a place for arrogance. The great elder said, Xuanji, you are wrong. I know that the yuanying is nothing, and there are more powerful beings above it. but this banquet is held to intimidate some beings and divide the sphere of influence with some Yuan families. It belongs to our interests and cannot be lost at all. Celebration is a small matter. The main thing is the division of the sphere of interest. I know you are devoted to cultivation and don't want to care about the mundane affairs of the mortal world, and I don't want to trouble you. But for some things, you must participate in one or two. Xuanji nodded and said, Great Elder, how should the sphere of influence be divided? The Great Elder said, in the state of Chu, it is divided into several power blocks, mainly the forces of independent cultivators, family forces, and sect forces. The independent cultivator forces are the largest, with the most cultivators, but they are also the most scattered. The sect forces are the masters of the state of Chu, including the Danliang sect, the Kaotian sect, and the Xianling sect. These forces are intertwined, and you have me, and I have you. In the sects, there are also some family cultivators. Similarly, some family cultivators also have to contribute to the sects. The reasons for each other are entangled. Many Yuan cultivators can't figure it out, and I can't figure it out either. Of course, there is no need to sort it out, because in this world, the strong are respected, and Yuan cultivators are the masters of Chu. In Chu, there are about 72 Yuan cultivators who are sure to be alive. Among the 72 people, about 30 have established immortal families. These are the types we should pay attention to. The elder smiled, took out an account book, and began to count the major forces in Chu and the people involved. First of all, not all Yuan cultivators have established immortal families. Some cultivators were born in the lower class, joined the sect, and later became Yuan. They only had a few Taoist companions, and they didn't even have sons, so naturally they didn't have the so-called immortal family. Some cultivators are devoted to seeking the Tao, and have nothing else except the Tao, and they don't even have Taoist companions, and as for the so-called family, they don't exist. The so-called Yuan family is very small, with only 30 Yuan families. Among these Yuan families, the first type has Yuan monks in charge and descendants in the family. This type of monks should mainly make friends. Even if there is a struggle, the scale should be controlled, and the struggle should not be broken. The second type has Yuan monks in charge, but there are no descendants in the family. The relationship is relatively weak, and some benefits should be moderately snatched. The third type is that the Yuan monks of the family have fallen, but they can still be given a certain degree of dignity. The elder said, because some Yuan families are weak, they will appropriately give up some interests. We agreed to seek the safety of the family and the protection of the Lu family. People should be kind to others. This is the best. Xuanji nodded. It's just that my Lu family has some conflicts of interest with the Yi family, the Sun family, etc., and it is mainly negotiated. The elder said, it's just that their power is a bit too large, so they can only give up some interests. The Lu family is a little hungry. What do you plan to do? Xuanji asked. The elder said, I plan to go to war with Black Bear territory and seize some of the territory of the demon clan. Xuanji frowned slightly and said, there are powerful gods in the 10,000 mountains, and there are many nascent souls. I can't beat them. The elder smiled and said, there is no need for nascent souls to take action. Once nascent souls take action, the war will go out of control. Our Lu family, Yi family, Sun family, etc. will join forces to attack Black Bear territory. If we win, we can seize the territory and seize some territory, and our Lu family will be more comfortable accordingly. If we fail, many monks of the Lu family died, and a lot of resources were saved. The lack of resources is the root cause of the war. As the Lu family continues to grow and develop, resources are becoming increasingly scarce. The resources of the family monks are insufficient. At this moment, they can only continue to plunder and expand their occupation of resources. There are two directions of plunder. One is to go to war with some immortal families, and the other is to go to war with the demon clan. The former is not advisable, because it is restricted by the rules of the Danliang sect. It can only go to war with the demon clan and plunder some resources. If they win, they can seize some resources and territory. If they lose, the family loses the extra monks, which also saves population. It's like a lion hunting an antelope. The weak antelopes are hunted, and most of the survivors are strong. Similarly, the Lu family has developed to the present, and there are good and bad monks. It is just right to use the water select monks, eliminate weak monks, and cultivate strong monks. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.